Can those of you on Zoom just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me?
Oh, really?
That's a yes for me, Steve.
Thanks. Sorry, I can't actually see anybody on the screen, so I can't see whether you're giving me a thumbs up. Thank you. I'll assume that the video, the sound's working. See if I can zoom in. No? Okay. Welcome, everyone. I just want to begin with an acknowledgement of country. So I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land. And I think it's important to do this, especially given our subject matter today. Jesus himself was someone who lived and died in an occupied country. And so this prompts me to reflect that we today live on, or we are, sorry, meeting on the land of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, land that was never ceded. And so I want to acknowledge their ongoing resilience and strength, and I pay tribute to their elders past and present. Let me also begin with a bit of an introduction to myself, who I am, and then I'd like to hear who you guys are, who I am and what I do. So my name is Robert Miles. My day job, my day title is that I'm a senior lecturer in New Testament at Wollaston Theological College and the University of Divinity. I'm also the Director of Research at Wollaston. So in other words, my day job is that I'm a New Testament scholar. It's an interesting profession. I have the privilege of studying the Bible professionally, and I mostly I do a lot of kind of writing and research, and sometimes teach as well about the New Testament and Jesus, mostly from a historical point of view. In addition to having this professional expertise in religion, I'm also a very political person. So, I'm quite delightful to have around at dinner parties. What I want to do today is to really give you a taster of the kinds of questions and approaches that biblical scholars like myself, people like me, bring to something like the New Testament. So this involves mostly applying what's known as historical criticism to these texts, asking questions of authorship, genre, historical setting or context, the text's literary relationship to other texts from the time, that kind of thing, or other artifacts from that time period, historical reconstruction and so on. And I think biblical studies as a discipline sits interestingly within the kind of the theological umbrella of different disciplines, some of which you'll have been exploring in this certificate. In the sense that biblical studies doesn't necessarily, or it doesn't start from a kind of position of faith, as it were. It doesn't require that. It's not a kind of insider discourse for Christians only. Rather, it analyzes these texts of the New Testament or the Old Testament and Old Testament studies as ancient documents. As you would any other kind of historical documents or sources from the past, asking similar sorts of questions, as you might in other disciplines within the humanities, say. And to undertake this job as I do now within the context of a theological college, where people are here both to explore and advance their faith critically and so on, but also, as a kind of training ground for people who will become ordained and work in the churches or in schools as chaplains and so on. This is actually quite a new context for me. My background has been almost entirely in secular universities, teaching and researching the subject in that kind of environment, sitting alongside my colleagues in history and ancient history and philosophy and so on. So anyway, that's sort of, a bit about my background. You may or may not detect a New Zealand accent. I've lived in Perth for about 6 years now, but you know, some things are hard to shake. I'm still very proud of my background. Look, anyway, yeah, before I get going proper and giving you a kind of outline of what the sessions that we're going to have today, I'd just like to go around the room and on Zoom and get a sense of who we've got with us. So if you could just tell me perhaps your name and your position or what subject you teach or something like that. Just keep it brief, but yeah, we'll start here and just go around the room.
JD or John Daniel, and I teach you five teacher.
Great, okay, thank you, JD.
Tanya, I teach at JSR and Director of Teaching and Learning for, used to be K to 6, but now 2 to 6.
Great, thank you.
I'm Christina, and I'm also from John Septimus Row, and I'm the Associate Principal for Senior School.
Great, thank you.
I'm Georgia, I'm Associate Principal for Early Childhood.
Great, thanks.
I'm Tracy from John Wollaston, and I'm the Head of Primary.
Great.
Jeremy, I'm Head of Year 10 and Chemistry and Phys Ed teacher from Georgiana Law in Busby.
Great.
Kate, I'm Deputy Director of International at the ASC Language School / International Programs.
Great, thank you.
Jo, IT Manager, Peter Moyes.
I'm Laura, and I also work at Peter Moyes as Head of Year 8, and I also teach English, dance and drum.
Great, thank you. Sorry, what was your name?
Laura.
Laura. Okay, we'll go on Zoom. So can I just ask as well, if you're on Zoom, if you could, if you could just start your camera now if you haven't already, so we can see you. And can you just change your name? You can just put your first name if you know how to do that. It will just make my job a bit easier if I'm calling on someone to speak or what have you. I'll ask you to introduce yourself one by one. So can we start with Vanessa?
Hi, I'm from John Septimus Row as well. I'm in the pre-primary classroom.
Thanks, Vanessa. Marnie?
Hi, I'm from Trinity in Thurgoona Albury, and I'm a high school rave teacher.
Thank you. All right, we've got a couple of people with interesting names. So GMAS iPad Pro 10.5.
Hi, Steve Trelaw, Head of Senior School. Clearly IT novice. I haven't worked out my name yet. I also don't know why my iPad is on 5% and refusing to charge. Ooh. So if it crashes, I'll have to dial back in. Yeah, so Head of Senior School in charge of year 10 to 12 and
what was your name, sorry? Steve. Yeah.
Steve.
Thank you.
And I teach psychology.
Thanks. And HFI might be your initials.
HFI, yeah. Obviously from GMAS as well. So great technology either at the moment. It's Heather, and I'm actually on leave for 12 months.
Thanks for joining us.
Anytime.
Is that everyone? Have I got everyone who's on the Zoom? Speak up if I've missed you. That's all I can see on the screen. All right. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, it seems like we've got a good diversity of people from various schools and backgrounds. I really do hope that you enjoy today and get something out of it. I'll try and keep your attention as best I can. I don't know how, I wasn't actually told how long this normally goes for. I'm teaching another thing at 3 p.m. so I'm shooting off at like 2:55. That's when we're finishing on the dot. So that's how long we'll go for today. And I do have a bit of I need to use this one. A bit of an outline of what I want to get through. I've got like way too many slides as well, and I'd rather just I'll put the slides will go up on the Moodle thing, and you can explore that later. It might seem like I'm going really quickly through it, but it's just because what I'm trying to give you is not all the detail, and there will be a bit of detail, but an impression of the kinds of things we do with the New Testament studies, as I was saying, a bit of a taster. All right, and so I've basically divided it up into 3 sessions. This first session is a bit of an introduction. It's actually called, it's going to involve basically a lecture, so it's a lot of me talking for this first bit. The lecture is called Understanding the New Testament and its Historical Environment, kind of launching us in. Then we'll break for morning tea. Then we'll come back for a session on the Gospels. Then we'll break for lunch. And then conclude with a session on, well, no, we won't conclude. We'll have then a session on letters, and then have a bit of a conclusion at the end, just to wrap things together. Any questions before, anything that I've left unaddressed that might be important? No, okay. I'll get started. So, as I was saying, in this first session, I want to orient you to the kinds of the kind of approach that we'll be taking today. And I'm going to do this by honing in on just one verse from the New Testament. It's the first verse of the Gospel according to Mark 1:1. And what I'm going to say about this one verse, it actually, it doesn't just apply to this one verse. It has a lot of implications for how we might approach the whole of the New Testament. But I kind of feel like, let's just zoom in on one thing and then unpack it from there. There's 27 books that make up the New Testament. They're all pretty darn diverse in terms of their contents, themes, the situation out of which they emerged, all that sort of stuff. So what I'm going to do is first say some things about kind of the wider historical, political, social, religious context out of which the New Testament emerged. And then building on this, we're going to come back to this one verse, Mark 1:1, the beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, and then unpack that within that historical context. So this verse is one that perhaps, on first reading, it just sounds like quite a generic biblical verse, one you've read in chapel or church or something, or, it's just got that, kind of just packs a bit in there, the beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, okay. It maybe comes across as quite innocuous. But in fact, there are a couple of central claims that are being made here by the text, or the author of the text, by the author of by the early Jesus movement themselves, that are packed in here. This is about the gospel, or good news. Gospel means good news, of someone called Jesus Christ, who happens to be the Son of God. What I want us to be able to do is to hear this verse with the punch that it intends for us to feel when we hear it. My hope is that by the end of this first lecture, you're left with just some intrigue as to how valuable a historical critical approach to the New Testament can be. Okay, so imagine the following scenario. In 2,000 years in the future, you're an archaeologist and you're sifting through the ruins of a landmass. The land was previously, it was a place previously known as the United States of America, a region that was, decimated following a terrible war, and it's now been uninhabited for a long time. All memory of, or most memory of the United States as we understand it today has faded from popular consciousness. One day, you, this archaeologist, 2,000 years in the future, discovers beneath a bit of rubble an artifact. It's quite well preserved, which is remarkable given its cheap construction. And the object is a bright, fiery red. And written on the front of it is a phrase embroidered in an ancient script known as American English. You take the artifact to someone who knows how to decipher this dead language and discover it translates as follows in capital letters: "Make America great again." And the expert also tells you that this was known as a hat or a cap. Many similar objects have been found in the region. And you try to make sense of these words by, trying to understand the plain meaning of the phrase, "Make America great again." And, you suppose maybe it evokes something of the declining late American empire, I don't know. But it could also just be a random slogan on a hat, because many of the other artifacts that have been found, like this one, have Nike on them or some other kind of brand name or logo or whatever. What does this actually mean? And because you don't know much about the political situation out of which this particular artifact emerged, you don't really think to associate the hat with the Republican Party or Donald Trump or Trumpism. From the hat itself, there's no obvious reason why you would make those associations, right? You need context. You need to look beyond the hat in order to generate that kind of meaning from this hat. The hat itself does not tell us what it means, okay? The hat also doesn't kind of have any of the other associations that some of us, or all of us, I don't know, I don't want to speak for people, might have when we see this hat, right? It doesn't say anything about, Trumpism or the kind of politics of building a wall to keep migrants out, or all the things that were associated with that presidency. For some people, this hat, this object today might evoke, it would generate a kind of a visceral reaction, right? You don't get any of that. You don't get any of that. It's lost on you. So the question is, can you really truly ever understand this artifact without having a fuller appreciation of its historical context, socially, politically, religiously, perhaps as well? And this is really actually a fundamental point about language. And also something that, the discipline of biblical studies itself kind of rests on, which is that a text, any text, and a text doesn't just mean something that's written, it's anything that's kind of interpreted, whether a biblical text, though, or a slogan on a hat, it needs to be put within its broader, fuller context in order to make sense, in order to be understood. I don't think I've got it in this slide, but I used to have, the Perth is okay slogan or whatever, and then there was a hat, someone made a version of this hat which said, make Perth okay again. I don't have that anymore in the slides. Okay, so let's now time travel back in the other direction, 2,000 or so years, back to the 1st century of the Common Era, to the events surrounding Jesus and the rise of the early Jesus movement. Now, in order to understand the texts of the New Testament, we need to understand a few things about its world. So I'm going to tell a bit of a larger-than-life story, but it leads us right back, actually, to Mark 1, verse 1. And we have to start somewhere, so we start here. What's the original language of the New Testament? Well, as some of you may know, the New Testament was written in Greek. It's a form of ancient Greek actually known as Koine Greek. Koine means common. It refers to a common language, or that common language that was spoken and written around much of the ancient European and Mediterranean world in the 1st century. And all 27 books of the New Testament are written in this language, Koine Greek. But this raises another interesting or important question. Why is the New Testament written in Greek rather than in Hebrew, the language of the Old Testament, or even in Aramaic, which was the language spoken by Jesus and his first disciples? So in order to answer that question, we have to do a bit more history. And a few hundred years prior to the 1st century, figure, again, some of you will have, well, most of you probably will have heard of, Alexander the Great, the Macedonian king, one of history's most revered military minds, spread Greek culture throughout the Mediterranean world via conquest. And in expanding Greek culture, he established the largest empire the world had ever seen to that point. And as a part of the Greek culture that Alexander and his associates took with him, with their conquests, he also took a common language, Greek, which becomes the language of the New Testament. So Greek was spread far and wide, and it was usually spoken alongside local languages, but it was I suppose, in a way, the kind of the English of the day. It became an international language. But Alexander died young. He was only 32 years old when he died, and his expansive empire was subsequently divided up into, among his generals, to a couple of different kind of Greek kingdoms, and then you've got a few hundred years of toing and froing and ongoing struggles for command of these different territories and between these different territories among his successors. And it's within this broader context of kind of political upheavals and so on, war and conflict within the Greek world, that the city-state of Rome begins to flex its muscles. And Rome begins to spread out its political and economic influence, gaining regional dominance first over the Italian peninsula by the end of the 3rd century BCE, and then over much of the rest of the Western Mediterranean over the next 100 years or so. And part of Rome's success in being able to do this and being able to spread its own kind of wings, so to speak, is that it was able to utilize aspects of this underlying Greek culture that had already to an extent unified this vast geographical area that had spread before it. So Rome set out as its mission to really kind of unify the known world under a single family or household of Rome. And you can see here on this ancient Roman coin, a simple yet powerful image of two clasped hands, a handshake, symbolizing peace and harmony. Rome was inundated with such coins, part of a larger effort to propagate what's known as the Pax Romana, which is Latin for the Roman peace. You may have heard of that, Pax Romana, the Roman peace, towards a more prosperous empire. So in the wake of these kind of warring Greek factions, Rome was set out to bring about the Roman peace. And by the 1st century, Rome was largely credited, or at least had credited itself, with uniting these different Greek factions of the ancient Mediterranean and inaugurating this period of peace and stability, political unification of the world. Massive empire, biggest political entity that ever existed in world history to that date. And you can see here on this map, or maybe you can't see because it's too small, but you can at least see the extent of the empire by the mid-1st century. So, you know, shortly after the rise of the early Jesus movement. Trust me, I'm going to get back to that verse, but we've got to tell this larger-than-life story first. So at this time, Roman rule had spread both east and west from Rome, you know, which is basically center in this map. And as you know, Roman rule had crept into kind of Britannia, up in the northwest, as you can see on the map, and also into Syria, Palestine, right on the eastern part as well of the map. So this, you know, now crucially, as a consequence of this, after the spread of Roman rule, Palestine the homeland of Jesus and his first followers, was now under Roman rule, directly or indirectly, depending on which part of Palestine you went to. Either it was directly under the rule of Roman governors like Pontius Pilate, or it was under the rule of client kings who had been installed by Roman rule to rule on their behalf, like Herod Antipas. And just in terms of the area of Palestine, we often talk about Judea in the southern part of Palestine, where the holy city of Jerusalem is located. Jesus is from Galilee, a region in the north. That's where you find Nazareth and the Sea of Galilee and some of these other areas. Jesus himself was Jewish, thoroughly Jewish. He wasn't Christian, but he wasn't Roman either, right? Like, he was Jewish, and he was a faithful Jew. He worshipped the God of Israel, saw himself as obedient to the law of Moses, and is best understood historically within, completely situated within the Jewish tradition or heritage of his time and place. Now, while Roman propaganda proclaimed that it brought the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, to the world, to these various provinces, what did it actually mean for some of its colonies on the margins, the geographical margins, and also perhaps the social and economic margins of this great empire? What did it mean for ordinary people living somewhere like Galilee or Judea or Britannia? We'll have a close look at this Roman relief and think about what you see depicted. What's going on here? Anybody want to take a guess? Just describe what you see.
Oppression.
Oppression? You can be more specific. What's oppressive about the image?
The soldier over the peasant.
Yeah. It looks quite like a depiction of gendered violence, right? It's quite a gruesome image. A man stands over a woman, holding her down with his knee, overpowering her with a raised fist. It's pretty disturbing. It's a pretty disturbing image of, kind of patriarchal dominance. And we actually know precisely what this image is meant to represent, because it has an inscription beneath it which tells us. The inscription reads, "This is the Emperor Claudius," that is the Roman emperor, "subjugating Britannia," who's personified as a woman. And so the woman is, the nation of Britannia, meant to represent the nation or spirit of Britannia. And this is really how Rome understood itself, as the conqueror of the nations, and it understood itself as in kind of gendered terms as well, right? As this masculine conquering thing going around, like subjugating in emasculated nations into its orbit. And that's kind of what it meant by the Pax Romana, from a kind of, that was the unsavory underside of the Pax Romana. I mean, one ancient author talks about, they call it the Roman peace, but really they bring desolation. This is just a typical kind of, it's a fascinating relief, but it's one of a number of these sorts of images which are there. Like, Rome is proud of promoting this image around its empire, right? This is part of its propaganda, and planted strategically all around the empire, all around its various provinces, is the somewhat malevolent idea that powerful and mighty Rome has succeeded in subduing the nations, and that's how it's unified these nations together. Now, as I mentioned previously, the Jewish nation, like Britannia, is also under occupation. So after a series of violent uprisings and a protracted war within the first century, it was aggressively put back in its place by Rome as a defeated, conquered nation. And during this war, Jerusalem, the holy city, gets ransacked, and even the Jerusalem temple, the Jewish temple, the kind of the center of religious, political, economic life of that nation, was destroyed by the Romans in 70 CE. So this is a couple of decades after the initial kind of organizing of the early Jesus movement, but actually within the time period that the Gospels are starting to be written and so on. So this is kind of, world-ending events are happening for Jews at this time that this movement is taking off. In the wake of Judea's defeat, the Roman emperor at the time, who had actually been, prior to becoming emperor, was a military leader who actually led this invasion of Judea, right? This is kind of, again, how Rome, sort of like that image, like every Roman emperor would have a military conquest to their name, where they put some subject peoples in their place, and that's kind of was part of the image that they presented when they became emperor. He issues a series of commemorative coins, again, kind of, the propaganda of the everyday, which commemorates this Roman victory over Judea. Perhaps, also to crush any lingering good spirits among this rebellious nation. I mean, they would have to use these coins to go about any kind of daily business. So the reverse of the coin, again, not again, depicts a female figure. You can see on the right-hand side of the coin, a female figure who's actually in a traditional posture of mourning. It's hard to make out, but the figure behind her is actually a Jewish man who's bound with his hands behind his back. The coin on this side says Judea capta, which means Judea conquered. It's not hard to decipher, right? Like, it's telling you exactly what it wants. And then, of course, on the other side of the coin, we've got an image of the emperor himself, Emperor Vespasian, looking fairly proud of his accomplishments. So once again, the relief, whether it's a relief like this one or various statues, imperial statues, other kind of architecture, coins, inscriptions, texts, this stuff all functions as this kind of propaganda reinforcing Rome's right to rule over its subject nations. Everyone should know that the Romans are in charge. It's minted on the coins, embedded basically everywhere through popular culture. It's the common sense wisdom of the day. And not only this, if you begin to resist the emperor's tight reign, there is a very real threat that you'll have legions of Roman soldiers rolling down the nearest Roman road to your location, ready to aggressively reassert Roman control. And one method that was particularly effective in Rome, asserting its control over its subject peoples, was through the use of what we might call, I don't know, state-sanctioned terror or something like that, specifically the use of crucifixion. So while crucifixion was used by a few societies before the Romans, under Roman rule, crucifixion becomes widespread and notorious, in some cases involving mass deaths. And crucifixion itself was intended to be a kind of a public display. A public display intended to, a punishment typically reserved for non-Romans, for foreigners, or the kind of the conquered peoples of this empire, who had been rebellious in some way. And it really, as a public display, it intended not only to kind of humiliate its victims in this public display, but also to reinforce among the wider populations that you need to respect and obey Roman rule, Roman law. So it's a gruesome spectacle, reserved for slaves, traitors, perceived enemies of Rome. Roman citizens were typically. And in addition to all this, in addition to its use of propaganda and the kind of the military violence that backs this empire, Rome also developed its own theology to undergird some of its political objectives. But some New Testament scholars would refer to this as Roman imperial theology, its own kind of theological system. And I think what I'm about to mention is a really important point. And it's that the modern day distinction that we often work with or assume between religion and politics is exactly that. It's a modern day distinction. Prior to the rise of modernity in the West, there was no clear-cut distinction between church and state or religion and politics. And the world we encounter in the New Testament is one where people could quite readily interpret political power, events, or what have you within a theological framework, and vice versa. The theological was readily understood as political. It wasn't a kind of private matter for the individual. That's a very modern Western way of understanding what religion is, where within a kind of secular society, it becomes this personal, private belief. Rather, religion was public. It concerned all of life. It was overtly, overtly public, really operated completely separate from the political sphere. And within Roman imperial theology then, Caesar Augustus, this kind of Roman theological system or Roman religion, went hand in hand with reinforcing Rome's claims to rule over the world. Caesar Augustus, for example, the first emperor of Rome, was widely proclaimed as God's appointed agent on earth. The Roman gods, Jupiter, for example, willed Rome to rule. And the Roman gods were more powerful than other gods, other, say, ethnic gods like Britannia's gods or Judea's god. And this was known to be self-evident because Rome ruled in the here and now. So obviously Rome's gods are more powerful, and whatever's kind of going on in the heavens is being reflected politically on earth as well. So political power went hand in hand with divine power. The gods direct history in a very real sense. This is how this was understood. And, look at the world as it is. Rome's might cannot be surpassed. Augustus himself was proclaimed as, in addition to God's agent on earth, as the bringer of the gospel, the good news. Right? Gospel simply means good news. And actually, no, I'll explain this a bit more in a moment. He was also referred to widely as the Lord. I mean, this is an honorific title that was quite widespread within that society anyway, to refer to people as lords, but also, a Lord in a kind of divine sense. Savior, Son of God. He was even thought to have been born of miraculous circumstances. All of these kinds of ideas would be attributed to powerful figures such as the Caesars of Rome, and I could go on and on. But here's another coin. This is a denarius coin minted in Rome in 17 BCE. And on the left, we have Caesar Augustus, the son of God, the first Roman emperor of the Roman Empire. And on the right is the famous figure, Julius Caesar, the ruler of Rome who gets assassinated in 44 BCE. Now, Julius Caesar names Augustus in his will as his son and heir, opening the way for Augustus to eventually become the first emperor. And in the aftermath of his assassination, Julius Caesar becomes deified by the Roman Senate. He becomes a god. They declare him to have been a god, a divine figure. And so in the days following his death, interestingly, a comet appears in the sky. And this is seen to be this kind of miraculous occurrence, confirming that he was in fact divine, and a sign from the heavens. And you can see on this coin on the right that that's meant to be a comet above his head. But you'll also see on the the coin on the other side, on the left-hand side, depicting a young Augustus, the words D, or the letters D-I-V-I-F. So this stands for Divi Filius, which means in Latin, Son of God, or Son of the Divine One. So again, on coins, this is just popular understanding of the day. So I've introduced you, how are we going for time? Good. I've introduced you to some of these basics of Roman imperial theology and propaganda. So finally, we're ready to return to this text, right? We've got a bit of that background, and we can now unpack, I think, and flesh out a bit more what something like this one sentence from the beginning of the Gospel of Mark might have meant within that context. Most scholars think that the Gospel of Mark was the first of the four Gospels in the New Testament to have been written around 70 CE. And I think that's interesting in light of, remember how I just talked about that the Roman war, or the Roman-Jewish war, where the temple was destroyed in 70. That kind of stuff is all going on in the background as this gospel is being written and starting to be circulated, right? It's current events. The Gospel of Mark is also traditionally associated with Rome, as in traditionally Christians have from like the 2nd or 3rd century said that it was written there. I don't know how conclusively we can say that, but it's an interesting tradition, at least in terms of what I have to say. The first verse I'm going to suggest sets up this whole gospel as a counter-narrative. A counter-narrative is simply a narrative that goes against another narrative or a dominant narrative. So in the case of the Roman world, the dominant narrative was that Rome was divinely justified to rule over the world, over its subject peoples. And this is why I've been showing you these artifacts that would kind of reinforce this dominant narrative, such that to the extent that it would just become common sense for most people living within that society. The dominant narrative is that Rome rules on behalf of the gods. It brings the Roman peace, which also means, conquering the nations, but kind of unifying them. And I don't know if you've seen Monty Python's Life of Brian, but, like, what have the Romans ever done for us? Well, they bought roads and commerce and healthcare and aqueducts, and they did a lot of good. Like, this is an ambivalent empire. There was a lot of good that came along with the desolation as well. But I'm going to suggest that Mark is not a fan of Roman rule, and he's setting up this gospel as a counter-narrative against this dominant narrative. Because as we see, Mark uses the same language that's associated with Rome and the Roman emperor, but he uses it about Jesus in a way that contests Rome's legitimacy, both theologically and politically. We can't hold these things separately. This is not just a kind of religious text or a theological text. It's making kind of political claims as well. So let's break the verse down. Break the verse down word by word. The beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. So the first term, beginning, or at least it's the first term in Greek. There isn't the, but beginning. So look, I can even focus on that, right? It comes from the Greek word arche, which actually means more than beginning, in a chronological sense, although it does mean that too. But it conveys a sense of authority or preeminence. This comes through in the English words archbishop or archangel, right? Arche, the beginning. The good news or gospel. As I mentioned previously, this was a term predominantly associated with Caesar, the Roman emperor. Primarily when, if the emperor's consort gave a birth to an heir, this would be promulgated around the empire as gospel. The gospel, have you heard the gospel? Have you heard the good news that the emperor has given birth to an heir, right? It was also used to spread the good news of the spread of the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. So when Rome had conquered far-off nations, this would be announced as gospel, as good news. Of Jesus Christ. Well, Jesus, I haven't actually spoken much about Jesus in this lecture, which is surprising, but for the purposes of understanding this passage, I think it's actually enough to say that any Jewish reader would immediately recognize this as a Jewish name, or at least the Greek form of a Jewish name, Yeshua. And if we were to keep reading through the Gospel of Mark, we'd learn that this is not, he's not exactly your ordinary typical candidate to be caught up with this kind of language. From the perspective of Rome, at least, Jesus is a nobody, located at the margins of the empire in one of its provinces from an insignificant village. You might recall there's this scathing remark in the Gospel of John that, nothing good comes from Nazareth. He's come from this insignificant place on the margins. Christ. This one requires a bit more explanation. Christ, obviously, or I hope obviously, isn't Jesus's actual surname, but a title. Sometimes I have to explain to my students that who don't necessarily come from Christian backgrounds that Jesus wasn't the son of Mary and Joseph Christ. Christ is a title. And the title Christ is in Greek. It's the equivalent to the Hebrew title Messiah. These are the same concepts or titles within different languages. And it's one of the few titles attributed to Jesus that's not a Roman title. It's a Jewish idea or a Jewish title, but in this context, it has everything to do with Rome. The Messiah was this Jewish concept used to refer to a kingly figure. It literally means the anointed one. And this figure would bring salvation, real earthly salvation, to the Jewish people. Salvation is not here meant in this kind of narrow spiritual or individualized sense, right? It really is understood to have concrete political implications. And remember, in the ancient world, religion and politics would go hand in hand. So if you hear this title, it's not understood as this kind of individualized religious sense that it may have come to be in some forms of Christianity. Jewish people would have understood that a spiritual or heavenly deliverance would also entail worldly deliverance as well. These things were not separate, they were connected. So the real worldly forces of evil, spiritual forces, could also at one and the same time be actual existing political entities and so on. And this deliverance would involve, not only these spiritual forces, but kind of, foreign oppressors, the shackles of empire, war, terror, devastation, death, everything that is associated with that kind of life. In fact, arguably the vast majority of people under Rome's control at that point in time, if we're going to take this perspective of Marx. So that's Messiah or Christ. Finally, Son of God, a title again that was widely associated with the Roman emperor. It was part of the Roman imperial theology, which provided divine justification for Caesar's rule. The emperor was Jupiter's agent on earth, which was the divine backing of his power and success. So what does all this mean? What does all this mean? What it means is that in Mark 1, verse 1, we have a grand proclamation about a relatively insignificant person using exalted language normally associated with Roman imperial theology or this dominant narrative in that society in a way that contests Rome's legitimacy. Mark also proclaims Jesus as the Messiah or Christ, as is common across all the New Testament documents. And well, this is all very well and good, except for the fact that he wasn't actually the legal king or ruler, not within the eye, certainly not within the eyes of the Romans, nor within the eyes of the Jewish aristocracy, the rulers, the local kind of rulers who at the time of Jesus were ruling, were aligned with Roman power, and kind of had that complicated mediating role between their own people and ruling on behalf of a foreign empire. So when Jesus is sentenced to death, the method that's used is crucifixion. And the Roman method, that Roman method of punishment specifically reserved for traitors of the empire. And Jesus's crime is nailed above his head in that plaque, according to the New Testament. This is Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews, King of the Jews. And the sign is intended as mockery, right? They kind of mock him. In today's vernacular, it might be read as something like, I don't know, this is John Smith from Bunbury, president of the universe, or something like that. Like, it's just like, what an absurdity. Look at this guy. We're going to crucify him now, discredit him. He may have had a popular backing as some kind of seditious figure. Let's get rid of him and ask questions later, right? That was the way that Roman imperial power dealt with nuisances like this particular guy. What's interesting, though, and what's more bizarre is that this popular movement around Jesus are proclaiming these exalted titles, of him, right? Of this person who's been put to death. Even after he's been put to death, he's been discredited, defeated within the eyes of the Romans. In the eyes of Rome, once Jesus had been crucified, ask questions later, that should have been the end of it. But as we know, the early movement believed that he had been raised back to life, and importantly, raised back to life by the God of Israel. And if we hold earthly political matters in tension with heavenly spiritual ones, this would mean that Rome's God and Roman power was in the process, or had been defeated, or was in the process of being defeated by the God of Israel, right? The God of Israel was intervening in human affairs and kind of reasserting God's power to take Israel back from the Romans, or something like that, right? Like, the heavenly forces and the concrete political forces were understood to be happening in tandem. And this is really key, I think, to understanding the New Testament, is that, as a consequence of that proclamation that God was intervening and had raised this figure back to life, the earliest followers of Jesus rendered their theological and political allegiance to Jesus and the Jewish God, who they claim, had been raised back to life. And this is really key to understanding the New Testament. What unifies these 27 books is the proclamation that Jesus is the savior of humankind, but also this discussion about faith in and toward Jesus. And again, faith is a word that I think has kind of changed in meaning over the centuries. Now it's often thought of quite narrowly as being understood in this kind of propositional sense and an individual sense of, do you believe certain truth claims to be true about, I don't know, the existence of God, or that Jesus died for your sins, or so on and so forth. And not to diminish that, there aren't truth claims or propositions involved in Christianity. Faith in the first century in that Roman world was about allegiance. Everyone already believed in gods or God. The question of God's existence wasn't so much an issue. What mattered was which God's in control, which God is the most powerful, at least in this context, right? So So some scholars have argued that we should be translating the Greek word that gets translated as belief or faith as allegiance, or loyalty, or something like that. And I think that's really key to understanding within their historical context what these 27 books are trying to get at when they talk about faith in Jesus. It's that, or faith in the God of Israel. It's that this God is in the process of enacting a plan on earth that will see this God kind of bring about God's kingdom on earth, to use that, again, theological but political language. So once we do this and we see this, I think we start to appreciate that within its historical context, the New Testament is a kind of propaganda or counter-propaganda engaged in this first century theological battle of ideas and beliefs against the dominant beliefs, ideas, narrative of and powers of its own age. So I want to just conclude this part by reiterating two main points. And the first is that within its historical context, there is no kind of easy distinction or clear-cut distinction between religion and politics. When you read some of this language within the New Testament, or you hear it read in a church context or what have you, we tend to miss it. And it should be blindingly obvious, for example, when you read about, like the kingdom of God or something like that, that would have political implications. I mean, it's using like political language, but the Christian tradition has, particularly in the modern era, kind of understood this in a more narrowly religious way. And there's a very complicated and interesting, process of as to why that's kind of happened within the West in terms of the development of a kind of secular worldview and so on that sees religion as something separate from and definable in and of its own terms. The second point that I want to emphasize flows on from the first, and that's that the New Testament world is one in which the early followers of Jesus were in constant negotiation with their wider world, with the powers of that world, of the powers of the gods of Rome. This was their daily life, their ever-present reality. They kind of, I think it's best, to almost understand, or at least I do, to understand the early Jesus movement as this kind of popular movement, which was very much grounded in their everyday lives and the struggles of their everyday lives, and they interpreted the world through their pre-existing Jewish religious worldview to try and make sense of it, to negotiate it, and so on. At the beginning. Later on, it becomes, through this messy process of history, a world religion. and some of the meanings and ideas that started off within this very particular context changed meaning and evolved to mean different things. One of the most interesting things that happens along this trajectory, I think, is that whereas the early Jesus movement begins as this kind of promoting these sorts of counter-narratives against the Roman Empire, it then a few centuries later becomes the Roman Empire, right? Or it becomes melded and the justifying ideology of the Roman Empire. So Christianity itself, through its history, has had this quite ambivalent legacy of both inspiring movements, religious and political, of resistance against oppressive powers, but also of justifying those same oppressive powers. And I think that tension is really, we find that within the New Testament itself. Some books of the New Testament, because it's written by very different authors at different points in time, some of the authors are far more cozy with Roman power, and they want to show how Christianity and Roman power can kind of go hand in hand and are compatible. whereas some texts, I think like Mark, are far more anti-Rome. They really see that, you know, to make these sorts of proclamations about Jesus is really to deny the divine legitimacy of the dominant political entity of their day. That's the end of this bit. I've got a few more things to say, but I'll just pause there because we've still got half an hour. Just pause there for some questions or comments just about everything I've unpacked just now. Anything you want me to clarify or?
We talked today about how, like, what made this take off, like, or become one of the major religions when it is such like this outcast in these like group of people who believe these things and then become millions of.
Yeah, I mean, it's that, and kind of as a historian, that is really the question, right? There's just too many factors. I don't think there's one thing that made it explode the way it did, but we can look to some of the, you know, apart from the fact that perhaps there are a lot of people dissatisfied with the world they were living in, and this movement offered a set of ideas that, you know, gained traction within that environment. It helped them interpret and understand their world, right? But also it made use of the Roman world to spread its message. So famously Roman roads and this kind of integrated economic network around the empire, urban centers and so on, that was the way that Christianity spread. Obviously the people involved believed it passionately, and they really did believe that God was, you know, that God had raised Jesus back to life, that God, the Jewish God, was intervening in the war, in the world, that this had real tangible consequences in the here and now, and many of them famously were, you know, like willing to die for that, to spread that message. So all of that combined with a whole bunch of other complicated ideas, I think, and kind of material factors, I think, were behind this. That's the historical take on it. Yeah. And as you can imagine, like, you can see I've already kind of jumped into the deep end, but this, I'm very passionate about this, but also this discipline is so large. Like there's so much to cover. So that's why I'm really only just trying to give you a taster of the kinds of things that we look at and the kinds of questions we ask. And you'll probably leave today with more questions than answers, I think. Any other comments or questions about that part? I'm going to go on a bit more and then give you another chance for questions or discussion. The next part is a bit more boring, less exciting. I just want to talk a bit about the text of the New Testament itself. Mentioned a couple of times, there's 27 books written over a period of approximately 70 years. The earliest books in the New Testament are the letters, or some of the letters attributed to Paul, St. Paul, which we'll look at later in the day. These were written in the 50s of the first century. So already 20 years after the events of the early Jesus, or the first events of the early Jesus movement, this kind of initial organizing of this what I would think of as a kind of apocalyptic movement, was taking off. There's certain kind of genre implications that we'll go into as well about these letters as kind of historical sources. Famously sometimes put as kind of, it's sort of like reading other people's mail. Like, we can't simply expect that they're going to give us the full picture of what's going on. We've only got like half a conversation, and as historical sources, they're interesting, but also quite limited. Of the 27 books, there are actually, I think my next slide goes into the different types of literature a bit more, so I'll do that in a sec. And in terms of the text of the New Testament itself, we don't actually have the original manuscripts of any of these books of the New Testament. What we have are copies of copies of copies of copies of copies written much later, mostly, in most instances, centuries. The earliest surviving texts that we have from the 2nd century tend to be like fragments, bits of a page or what have you. And these copies were not copied by a photocopier, they were copied by scribes. Scribes would make mistakes, whether intentionally or unintentionally. So of all the thousands of manuscripts that we have, no two of them actually agree word for word. I think there are more differences in the New Testament than there are words in the New Testament, something like that. So before we even get to the kind of the text, or the text that we have of the New Testament, or at least the Greek text that underlies modern English translations, is actually already a scholarly production. Scholars have taken together all these varying manuscripts, and they've engaged in this work, which is called textual criticism, where they painstakingly line up these texts side by side, and they try and date, the earliest texts, usually seem to be the most authoritative, the earliest manuscripts. And they produce what's called a critical edition of the New Testament. This is what they think is, represents most accurately the earliest original text, although it's not the earliest original text, and scholars even argue about what's in the text itself, right? So, so that's all very interesting. So, like, you can see I could have attacked this from so many different angles, and I think even that is a massive area of discussion, especially considering when in churches or your personal Bibles that you may have, it's that itself is not necessarily reflective of the original. It's a translation of a critical edition of what scholars think was probably in the originals, but that changes. So the critical apparatus edition that I use is now in its 28th edition, because new manuscripts come about. Scholars present different arguments on why they think some manuscripts might be more authoritative than others, that kind of thing. Most of those differences don't have any kind of significant impact on like matters of doctrine or anything like that. But I think there are a couple of really interesting examples where we really aren't sure what was in the New Testament, like what was in the original text. I'm going to show you one of those in the next session. Which may, I'll give a, because this happened recently to me. On Wednesdays at Wollaston, we have a chapel service, and from the lectionary, the gospel gets read out, a short passage from the gospel before the sermon, the homily or the sermon's given. And the passage last Wednesday was a passage that I don't think is in the New Testament. Like, it's not on any of the early manuscripts or anything like that. And most scholars would say that. And in fact, some New Testament English translations don't even include it, or they put it in footnotes or what have you. But anyway, this was supposedly, the set text by the lectionary, and it was read out, and then there was a sermon given on it. And so I thought that was quite interesting, sort of just sitting there quietly like, this is interesting. All right. That doesn't happen too often, but sometimes it does. We're going to see it. We're going to get to it. Yeah. Okay, and another thing that scholars often look at in terms of the New Testament is that we've actually got very different genres of different genres or types of literature within the New Testament. And again, kind of in order to unpack or understand these texts, scholars want to understand them in terms of their genre. This is kind of fundamental importance or primary importance. Some modern Christians might not show much difference between, reading a passage from the gospel and reading a passage from a letter from Paul or something, but scholars will say, well, no, actually, we need to first understand the genre of the text before determining its meaning. Similarly to, like, if you pick up a newspaper, you'll read that in a particular way. It's written according to particular literary conventions. And then if you pick up a novel, fictional novel or something like that, you know that you're not reading a newspaper report. And we intuitively, because we've actually been kind of socialized into this, know how to read these different types of literature. And again, ancient people would read this literature in particular ways. They'd be familiar with the types of literature. So the Gospels, most scholars would say, is very similar to a form of ancient biography, which were narrative accounts of great figures, great men, usually men from the past, kind of proclaiming all their accomplishments and showing them actually as the kind of the key agents of history around which the world revolves. Right? You can immediately recognize that this is how the Gospels, if you're familiar with the Gospels, kind of present Jesus. And so you'd find ancient biographies like this about, for example, the 12 Caesars or other great figures. And there were certain ways in which this literature presented its material that I think are important for the kind of the critical historian. So, for example, they weren't often so interested in getting the sequence of events correct. And also that they were concerned with presenting what they believed to be, like the truth of their contents within quite stylized narrative constraints. So performance of miracles and great deeds and great wisdom and all this kind of stuff. This is part of the genre of how it would present the truth about, or its truth claims about what it was saying. So again, like, genre is this huge area that scholars look into, comparing the Gospels or other types of literature with other ancient texts to see how is it similar, how is it different, that kind of thing. Acts of the Apostles is similarly a narrative, but it's about the spread of the early church after Jesus' death. And then we have most of the texts in the New Testament are epistles or letters. Many of these are attributed to a single individual named St. Paul. And these are mostly letters written among early Christian communities or to individuals. Once the movement had already got started, and as I said, like, the earliest letters that we have from Paul are from the 50s, so the movement's already kind of spread and been around for like 20 years, and these were often two-way correspondences built on the back of often quite significant, like, pre-existing relationships, right? So, like, Paul might have founded an assembly somewhere, say in Corinth or whatever, and this group of Christ followers there are, like, organizing and, like, doing their thing and whatever. And then Paul leaves, and then they might write to him or send a messenger to him and say, oh, you know, you taught us all the stuff, but what about this or that or this, you know? And so often Paul will be writing quite, or the letters themselves will be addressing quite specific concerns to do with a specific time and place. They weren't writing these texts as if they would be later gathered together and put in this thing we now call the New Testament, right? And kind of look to for having some kind of eternal wisdom or what have you. And that's not to say that they don't have that. It's simply that when they were written, that's kind of not how they were intended, at least initially. Obviously, within later or soon after, early groups of Christians thought, oh yeah, you know, these letters actually do have something beyond them, that it's going to be important for us to preserve these for future groups of people of this movement or what have you, right? Like, so that's kind of how they get collated and distributed and circulated among early groups of Christians, and then finally put into the New Testament canon. So we've got epistles, and then Revelation is, unfortunately, we won't have time to look at this today. I do love it, but this is probably the most misunderstood book in the New Testament, largely because it's written in a genre that is so unfamiliar to us. So we're quite familiar, I think, with kinds of literature like the Gospels, narratives or biographies, right? Even though I think they're different to modern day biographies, but you know, we kind of understand letters. Yeah, we kind of can get that. Not that anyone sends letters anymore, but you know. But Revelation is written in an ancient genre or style that was very popular in both in early Christianity. There's a number of surviving early Christian, what we'd call apocalyptic texts. There's also, but it comes from Judaism. And so a couple of hundred years earlier, you start to get the emergence of all these apocalyptic texts. They're very similar to the book of Revelation, with all these crazy symbols and kind of greater than life storytelling. And really what it's doing again is putting worldly events or understanding worldly events in terms of the broader cosmic forces in which those worldly events are happening. So unfortunately, as I say, we won't get time to look into that today, but and unfortunately not least because it is probably one of the most misinterpreted books of the New Testament, precisely because we are not familiar with its genre. Some Christian groups have seem to read it as this kind of blueprint for future events in the here and now, which is not at all what the genre would lead us to read it as. But I'm going to leave that little teaser there and not come back to it. Here's the books of the New Testament just laid out in terms of those various, or some of those categories. So we've got the 4 Gospels. They're attributed traditionally to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The earliest manuscripts that we have of them don't give any attribution. So it's within the tradition, within the early tradition from about the 2nd, 3rd century onwards, that they start to become associated with these great figures. But the earliest texts, as far as we know, most scholars would treat them as kind of anonymous. We don't know who wrote them. The Acts of the Apostles is actually written by the same author as whoever wrote Luke. It introduces itself as a 2nd volume to the Gospel of Luke. So the Gospels are all these kind of proclamations of the life, deeds, death, and resurrection of Jesus. The Acts, early church, again, kind of heroic storytelling of the spread of this movement around the Roman Empire. In fact, it tells this epic narrative of how, from beginning to end, of how this movement begins in Jerusalem and ends in Rome. The book literally ends in Rome. so kind of how this religion moved from the margins of the empire to its center, right? Then we've got letters attributed to Paul. First, I've divided these into communities. So we've got quite a few of these, and then a few epistles to persons, sent to persons. Then we've got what are called the general epistles. So these are epistles that are not attributed to Paul, but maybe either they don't have an attribution or they're attributed to other early and important leaders or organizers within the early Jesus movement. And then the apocalyptic text of Revelation. Revelation is actually a translation of the word apocalypsis, from which apocalyptic comes from. So sometimes you'll hear it referred to as the apocalypse of John or something like that. I need to put this slide in here. There's a image of from the game show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. So I'm just making a note to myself. And the question is what form of literature is the book of Revelation? And then it's got gospel, letter, apocalyptic, and something, and it's like, it's kind of in the name, like, to any, if like it's, so I think it'd be, it'd make my slides a bit more interesting if I put that in. All right, and very quickly, just on the idea of this canon of the New Testament. The really important point, and I've kind of already hinted at this when I was talking about the various, political perspectives the books of the New Testament might have towards Rome, whether they were more interested in kind of cozying up with Roman power or opposing it outrightly. I think similarly on kind of various theological ideas and so on, early Christianity, scholars don't see it as this kind of single trajectory, which then in later history splits off, into you've got the Catholics and the Protestants and the Eastern Orthodox, and then the Protestants split off into a million groups, and then now you've got Anglicans and blah, 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 and then the Methodists, and then, it's always been diverse like this, right from the beginning, because there wasn't this kind of early blueprint or set of instructions about exactly what to do. And, people had varying ideas about what Jesus meant, what the early Jesus movement was about. And the earliest texts that we have about this, whether within the New Testament or not in the New Testament, testify to this. Even within the New Testament, we've got 4 Gospels, which are very different, and they're very similar in some ways, but they're also very different in other ways. The letters themselves reveal sometimes that there were other Christian groups or other Christian leaders who were part of this movement who thought very differently, or who held to different belief systems, saw things a very different way, to say Paul, who has to kind of explain different ideas or explain his own views, right? So there was diversity of these beliefs and practices from the beginning, which is evident in a wide range of writings. And what happened, again, this is another one of these things that I'm just giving you a taster of, which could be a whole day in and of itself, is this process of what's called canonization, which is of the New Testament itself. Canon, the word canon actually comes from a Greek word that means a yardstick, or a rule against which things are measured. And the ascendant powerful groups within early Christianity, to put it really quickly and simply, some scholars, including myself, would refer to these groups as the proto-Orthodox Christians. So these were, before you get this kind of Orthodox group of and I don't mean Eastern Orthodox, I mean like, you know, the group that becomes the kind of the establishment church in about the 3rd or 4th century, as Orthodox Christians, those promulgating right belief. That group had existed previously, and they had been kind of amassing and accumulating power. And one of the ways that they could do this was, for example, by, you know, appointing like bishops to oversee areas of the church and teach correct doctrine and make sure people are only reading from the authoritative books. So developing ideas of which collection of texts are authoritative and which are not. And this was a long drawn out process, and the 27 books that we have, the earliest list that we have of that is from 367 CE. So that's the 27 books that we have today in the New Testament. The earliest time that list first appears with those exact 27 books is in the 4th century. So some of the earlier lists that we have include other books. Some of the manuscripts that we have, there's like a really famous early manuscript from the 3rd century or early 4th century called Codex Sinaiticus, which is in the British Library. You can go and see it. And that New Testament has collection of all the New Testament books. I think it has, as far as I remember, it has the entire New Testament, but then it also, of the 27 books, but then it also has 2 other books in it, as if they just belong there naturally, right? So like, and that's what we find. So I think the illusion that we get from, since, you know, in modern times with the printing press and so on, is that the New Testament always looked like this, always contained the same books in the same order. And in fact, for most of Christian history, it wasn't like that. Even the canon itself would just be a list, and these books wouldn't necessarily be bound all together all the time with the exact same books in the exact same order. Yeah, I think that's a good place to leave that. So we've got a couple of minutes. I think morning tea is meant to be coming. So is there any kind of questions or comments?
I guess coming from a female point of view, I guess it's all been very male the whole way through. I guess, you know, females would see something different, and so that would change context as well, and also their social status would change everything as well. So I think it's interesting. It's really interesting because you know, there's huge moves within biblical studies to kind of recover some of the voices and agency of female figures who were like always there and part of these movements, and their names are often mentioned within the New Testament. So to recover a lot of that and to reconstruct it, unfortunately, you know, it's not something that we're going to look at today. But it's like a huge area within New Testament studies, precisely because the movement, and I think as it increasingly became tied up with the Roman Empire. So by the time that the canon is getting established and all that sort of stuff, it's becoming the religion of empire, a patriarchal religion of empire, right? Like, so we get this kind of male-dominated view of Christianity, which actually would have existed alongside a much more diverse groups of early Christians. Yeah. But again, I think, you know, it's interesting. It's interesting. I don't know. Yeah.
any other questions or comments? Okay, so we'll just have a break now for half an hour, and we will be back at 11 o'clock. In the next session, for those of you on Zoom, there's a handout, I think it's called like the synopsis worksheet or something, that should be on the Moodle page. So ideally, you'll have that printed out. So if you haven't printed that, it might be helpful to do that now. For those of you here, I've got a copy if you don't have it, but we will be looking at that in the next session. All right, I'm just going to mute and turn off our video for those of you online. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome to those of you on Zoom. Yep, cool. Just checking that you're all still there. Yep. We haven't lost you. Great. Okay. So this second session is going to be focused on the Gospels, but again, it's like I can't talk about all 4 Gospels and go into the kind of detail that I want to. So it's going to be a bit of an orientation and an overview, first of all, to how some of the Gospels relate to each other. Gosh, everyone's like checking their phones. It's like,
So rude.
yeah, teaching in this day and age. How the Gospels sort of relate to one another, and then we'll just focus in on one Gospel in particular, just to raise a couple of interesting observations or problems. This one, just in terms of a kind of timeline of where we're focused. So most scholars think that Jesus was born around 4 BCE, so 4 years before he was born, according to tradition. So the story goes that, obviously at the time, those weren't the dates that were used. And a couple of hundred years later, this monk, who came up with the Christian calendar, calculated the years back to when Jesus was born and said that was 0 BC, but got, 0 AD or 1 AD or whatever, but said, but got it wrong. One of the reasons scholars think that is because at least one of the Gospels places the birth of Jesus within the lifetime of Herod the Great. And, when we have like major rulers and things like that, major figures, we usually have a lot more information about like dates in terms of when they were born, died, that kind of thing, more than we would have of ordinary people or figures such as Jesus. And so we can be pretty clear about when Herod the Great died, and he died in 4 BCE. So if the texts are right about Jesus being born at the end of Herod the Great's life, then that's why scholars would put him there, and then that means that he gets crucified. Jesus, begins kind of organizing this movement, or becomes a prominent member of this, what we call the early Jesus movement, in around the mid-20s, and then he gets crucified towards the end of the 20s, maybe 30 CE. But again, this is kind of speculative dates. We don't really know. Like, there's a lot of discussion within scholarship about when exactly this happened or what have you, and it's actually hard to pin down. But we can put it within general dates because we know, for example, various historical figures like Pontius Pilate, under who Jesus is crucified. There's other records of when he ruled, or that kind of stuff, when he governed and so on. So we can often get windows. So anyway, that's all happening in the first decades of the first century, and then around 20 or so years later, we get our earliest historical sources for this movement, Paul's authentic letters, which are written to these different communities around the Roman Empire. These are usually dated to the 50s. And then I mentioned this massive event, the Jewish-Roman War, which happens from about 66 to 73. The Jerusalem temple gets destroyed in 70 CE. This is like a monumental historical event within like both the development of early Christianity, but also the development of the New Testament itself. Because as I mentioned, this was a kind of world-ending event for Jews at that time. And it was precisely the kinds of it was a revolt against Rome, a Jewish-led revolt against Rome, where they declared that they were an independent nation, not under Rome's rule, and then Rome sends in its legions, and there's this protracted military campaign, and they lose. The Jews lose this, right? And in some respects, some of the New Testament texts, which are written around or after that period, have to also deal with that what happens when like rebellions get put down, so these ideas of fighting against Rome's rule and all of that sort of stuff, these are live ideas within first century Judaism, very live ideas. People are actually taking them up and properly experimenting with them, right? So this becomes a huge kind of moment in history that casts its shadow over the New Testament literature that was written around that time and thereafter. And as I mentioned, Jesus was Jewish. The whole early Jesus movement was Jewish. And then, but by the time of the 50s, when Paul's writing his authentic letters, the movement has spread beyond Palestine, and it's now in various places around the Roman Empire. And the communities are made up of both Jews and non-Jews from other backgrounds who are kind of coming into this thing. And then it's not until almost like decades later that Christianity as such becomes its own like religion or thing separate from Judaism. Most scholars for most of the first century would say that what we now call Christianity was this kind of branch of Judaism existing alongside other understandings or movements within Judaism. And then it kind of gets to a breaking point, not least because it's got a lot of non-Jews within the movement. And, and then you get what's often referred to as the parting of the ways between these two movements. So sometimes I'm going on an interesting segue here, but sometimes you get, it's sort of said that like Judaism was the kind of the parent religion to Christianity or something like that. I think that's a mistaken view. I think that it's more that they were like siblings, that what we now call Judaism, or what became Judaism, and Christianity actually both shared a parent religion, or whatever that was the Judaism of the first century, from which both those religions emerged. Okay, so yeah, as I mentioned, Mark's Gospel, scholars think, was probably written first. Either, well, precisely around the time of this Jewish revolt going on. A decade or possibly more later, the Gospels of Matthew and Luke are authored. A minority of scholars would date Luke actually into the 2nd century. And John's Gospel, often thought to be last, unless Luke is last, written towards the end of the 1st century. And one of the reasons why Matthew and Luke are dated where they are, following Mark's Gospel, is because now there's a lot of text on the slide. Thankfully, I've broken it up, but you might not be able to read it all. But this is more for your reference later, anyway. The first 3 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, when put side by side, show remarkable similarities. They show far more similarities than between the Gospel of John and those 3 Gospels. And it's for this reason that the first 3 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, are referred to as the synoptic Gospels. I don't know if you've ever heard that phrase. Some have, some haven't. The synoptic Gospels, which comes from some Greek words. Syn means syn, S-Y-N, together, like synergy, and opsis, optic, to be seen, so they can be seen together. Synoptic Gospels, because they can be seen together, viewed together. And scholars who have analyzed these texts, right down to the word, like right down to the nuts and bolts, have said, this is undoubtedly a literary relationship. These texts had physical access. The authors had physical access to one or more of the other texts when they wrote their own gospel. So, for example, Matthew would have had, say, Mark, or Luke would have had Matthew, or Luke would have had Mark, or something like that. And this is because there are places in the Gospels where the texts are basically verbatim. Now, some people have suggested or kind of erroneously think that you've got 4 independent kind of maybe eyewitness traditions within these Gospels. The Gospels don't claim that to start with, but also that they're demonstrably not that, because oral tradition does not preserve. So if these were kind of traditions that were passed on orally, or were someone writing down or passing on their kind of eyewitness perspectives, it's not to say that there aren't eyewitness traditions behind this kind of stuff, but if it's on the face of it, we've got 4 independent eyewitness things, they wouldn't all have these kind of literary similarities. If you get 4 witnesses to a car crash or whatever, they may remember the general gist or the vague details, but they're going to also be very different in terms of how they tell the story, and so on. We do see differences between these Gospels, but we have these passages where it's like word for word. If any of you have experience either as plagiarizers or as detecting plagiarism, as I often do in my job, I can read something and often you just know, you can just see, and then you line it up against another thing, and it's like, yeah, that's been taken from this, without proper attribution or whatever. The authors of the Gospels were plagiarizers. Plagiarism wasn't frowned upon as it is now. This was something this is how people constructed texts in the ancient world. They could draw on other texts, draw on their sources or whatever, and then create, improve it, create their own story based on pre-existing texts. Now, most scholars think that the Gospel of John does not fit within this. It doesn't share the same underlying literary link. just to give some random statistics, 75% of Mark is found in both Matthew and Luke. Matthew and Luke also share around 25% of their material, and Matthew and Luke are considerably longer than Mark's Gospel. Mark's Gospel is the shortest at 16 chapters. The others are 28 or so. Matthew and Luke also have some material that is unique to them. So what's the relationship? Who copied whom? Like this is the kind of plagiarism detective's task, is to figure out, all right, who was first? What way did this emerge? And this is what's referred to as the synoptic problem. This is a kind of major puzzle within New Testament studies. And the synoptic problem is discussed. It's a way of trying to explain, or the solution to the synoptic problem is a way of trying to explain these, or account for these similarities between Matthew, Mark, and Luke. See what I mean about a lot of detail on here, but this is more for your reference later. Normally I'd have a whiteboard and I'd draw this up. I do have a slide with a diagram on the next page. Most scholars solve the problem by arguing that Mark was written first. Mark, as I said, is shorter. And often when people are engaging in this kind of, like taking one text and drawing on it and putting it together with other ones, like you're going to get a longer document. So it kind of makes sense that maybe Mark was first. We also see examples where Matthew and Luke kind of improve on the text. We're going to see a bit of that shortly. There's other technical aspects like the patterns of agreement among Matthew, Mark, and Luke and the stories they all share, and the sequence of events that is found in Matthew and Luke, but not in Mark, and some of the differences in these texts as well. We're going to see some good examples of this. But that unfortunately doesn't explain everything. If Matthew and Luke used Mark as their source, how do you explain similarities between Matthew and Luke that are not found in Mark? Right? So there are some points of agreement between Matthew and Luke, but aren't found at all in Mark. And what this means is that either Matthew or Luke had to copy one of each other, although there are, again, kind of technical problems with why this is the case. For example, there are some places where if, Luke had access to Matthew and Matthew, added a great, interesting story or something to the text, why did Luke not include it? Right? So if you just say, oh, well, Luke also had Matthew, it creates other problems. So scholars have invented another source, a hypothetical source that we don't have, called Quell. It was Germans who invented this, and Quell is a German word for source. This source is often abbreviated, it's referred to as Q. And so scholars reckon that, well, this is the dominant solution to the synoptic problem, is that Matthew and Luke had access both to Mark, the Gospel of Mark, and also this other source, which we don't have. It doesn't exist, only in the minds of scholars to solve this problem, called Q. And Q was primarily a whole bunch of sayings that were kind of put together that is not found in Mark at all. So Matthew and Luke each have stories that, Matthew and Luke also have stories that aren't found in any other gospel. So they have unique traditions, what we call unique traditions. That material gets labeled M and L. So here's a complicated or simple diagram to kind of explain or to picture what I've been explaining. So and this is referred to as the four-source hypothesis, because Matthew and Luke are drawing on 4 sources in total. You've got Mark, which we put as the earliest gospel. You've got this other Q source, which is a hypothetical text, and Mark and Q were kind of independent. They don't share the same traditions. And then Matthew drew on Mark and on Q, and also on M. M stands for unique unique Matthew material. And then Luke also drew on Mark, also drew on Q, and also drew on L, which is unique Luke material. I see a lot of nodding heads, which is great. Unless you're pretending.
You're great flight, man.
Once you get your head around this, it actually has significant payoff for scholars of the New Testament, because what it means is that we can then line up the texts in parallel. So usually when readers of the New Testament read the Gospels, they'll read them like vertically, right? Like they'll read them from beginning to end. So they might start with Mark, or they might start with Matthew, beginning to end, and then they read the next one, beginning to end, and so on. And in doing so, you do get a sense of the whole story of the Gospel, right? But what you don't get is when you read it horizontally. When you look at, oh, how has Matthew changed Mark? Why did Matthew change Mark in that particular way? And this is what we call redaction criticism. So here of putting the Gospels, the same stories in the Gospels alongside one another, and going through this kind of painstaking, close reading analysis of the differences. Redaction, or a redactor, is an editor. So basically we're looking at the history of how these texts have been edited and compiled together to come up with the final product. And to see if you've taken on board what I've said, if I just put up here, so this is a synopsis. So sorry, yeah, and these handouts or whatever, and what's up on here, this comes from a synopsis of the 4 Gospels, which puts the 4 Gospels alongside one another, including John, even though John doesn't have a literary relationship, but sometimes it's still interesting to see similar stories alongside one another. But I've got here a synopsis of the Lord's Prayer, which is found in various forms in 3 of the Gospels. And the one that's read out in the liturgy is probably most similar. Well, it's none of these, but it's probably most similar to the one found in Matthew. Our Father who art in heaven. And by the way, this translation is an older English translation. So you can see, like visually, without even looking with too much detail at the words there, that that Matthew has taken that, and Matthew and Mark share that bit at the bottom, or share a bit of that bit at the bottom. There's some differences and what have you, but clearly, like that was Matthew's source for that, if Mark came first. But the parts where Matthew and Luke agree, and you'll note again, there's kind of differences here between Matthew and Luke, but where they agree, where have they drawn this material from? Where did Matthew and Luke get that first part of the prayer from? Let me put that diagram up again. Q. It's not in Mark, but it's shared by Matthew and Luke. So it's come from Q, right? And then Matthew and Luke have redacted Q, edited Q in their own ways for various reasons. So whereas Luke just has Father, hallowed be thy name, Matthew has our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. So it's come from the same source, scholars would argue, but Matthew or Luke have edited it in various ways. Thy kingdom come, Matthew adds on earth as it is in heaven. Interestingly, I think that those sorts of lines, when you hear those sorts of lines, that backs up exactly what I was saying about the interrelationship between these cosmic things going on and what's happening in the here and now on earth, right? Our kingdom come, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. There's other interesting things. Forgive us our debts as we have forgiven our debtors. Luke has forgive us our sins, for we ourselves, blah, blah, blah. So now it's not as if sin couldn't be understood as debt, but it's interesting. If we didn't have the Lucan version, we might read that as having a more like economic meaning, right? Like, what does that mean in a world where people are hungry and who are actually literally praying for bread, who are indebted to landlords or whatever, and so so depending on these subtle differences, we can actually look at each gospel as their kind of own unique story, and kind of trying to convey their own kind of theological and literary ideas, or what are they trying to emphasize, and so on and so forth. So that brings us to this sheet. Who here needs this sheet? I see a lot of you have printed it out. I'll pass some that way and I'll pass some that way. And the reason I want you to have a printout is because I want you to be able to write all over it. Thank you. What I'm wanting you to do is, if you've got different colored pens or whatever, that's even better. That'll help you. Going back to this diagram, you've got 4 sources. And on both sides of these sheets, we've got two stories, or two stories that are placed in synopsis. I want you to start with the baptism of Jesus. So do that one first, and then once you've done that one, I'll give some instructions now, but in a moment. But once you've done that one, then go on to the plucking the grain on the Sabbath. So with the baptism of Jesus, what we're looking for is what are the sources of kind of each part of this text? So what comes from Mark? How would you know what comes from Mark? Because it's in Mark. it's on here. So what is in Mark that's also in Matthew, and also maybe like highlight if there's interesting changes or gaps or something like that. Similarly for Luke, how is Luke drawn on Mark? And then where you might have points of agreement between Luke and Mark, but not, sorry, Luke and Matthew, but not in Mark, that would be Q, right? Although I don't think Q plays a major role, if any role, in these examples. And anything that's unique to Matthew would be M. Anything that's unique to Luke would be L. In this first one on the baptism of Jesus, you note how there's John there. Cross it out. We're not interested in John. As you can kind of see from it, it's a independent tradition. It doesn't share that literary link. And if you kind of look closely, you'll see it.
We need to shut the door.
Where is it? Oh, I see. Yeah. So I'm going to give you about 15 or so minutes to do what you can on these, both of these. Just do what you can. Sometimes there's differences that are actually because of the English translation, and in the Greek they might have been the same, but in English they've been translated differently. So just keep that in mind. But is that clear?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is anyone not clear or need me to re-explain or explain any part of it? Okay, cool. Just 2 minutes more or whatever, just keep going, do what you can do. I didn't say leave.
There's so much coffee here. Oh, I can do that for this one.
All right. Make sure it's registered that you.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is there a group that doesn't believe in this Q source?
Oh yeah. I mean, as
So-
in scholarship in any field, right? There's never a kind of universal consensus.
Yeah.
So I think the overwhelming majority of scholars would hold to a Q source, but certainly not all of them. Some have. Some would think that Luke used Matthew as a source, but then there are certain points where you've got to account for why Luke didn't change the text or didn't include something that Matthew had. So kind of whatever solution we choose, it introduces new problems.
Could it be that, you know, I was just saying one's a bit more poetic and a bit more wordy? That was
So
very simple. So, you know, it's almost like they're competing against each other to.
Yeah, well, we'll see some evidence of this where I think that the later texts are trying to improve on what's gone before.
Or one saying, well, that's a bit wordy, so.
Or changing out. And of course, we're looking at this in translation, so you don't, when you look at it in Greek, so a lot of scholars would say that Mark was written in quite rough Greek, and that Matthew and Luke, the authors of Matthew and Luke, were more literate, as it were, or right, and so and I think that doesn't always come through in translation, and sometimes translation just kind of like erases that kind of a roughness in Mark that you might see in the original.
In our Indigenous culture, stories are passed up generations to generation, which is simply my word of mouth. And who knows if it came from a documented source, well, or whether it was commonly what they talked about, the stories that they told, and someone wrote it down.
I think
Someone was a better storyteller.
right. I think that can be applied to similar traditions in John and the Synoptics, but kind of what I was saying before about when you really do this kind of analysis across the whole of the Synoptic Gospels, you see so much like verbatim, you know, word for word, that it has to be a literary link. It can't be independent oral traditions that have then, you know, that kind of sound like similar stories. There's quite clear evidence of editing. I think we'll see a bit of that here, but you know, and it's like, it becomes a probability game. If you see that once, yeah, you can explain it away as a coincidence. If you see it page after page after page after page of these Gospels, it's like, no, and it's the same with like a plagiarism case, right? Like, it's like, oh yeah, 2 students independently came up with the same few sentences. Sure, okay. 80% of the essay is similar to that essay. It's like, nah, not a chance. I mean, who knows what these Gospels would look like if they were written by ChatGPT or whatever now, right? Like, you know, yeah. Please write me a Gospel that. Okay, so I've got up on the screen the blank canvas of the synopsis. We're looking first at the baptism of Jesus. So what were some of the major differences that you detected between the first 3 accounts? Remember, I said to include John because John is not a synoptic gospel. What do we see? What did we find?
One of the first ones we discussed was Luke, when all the people were baptized. Whereas the others was just about Jesus, yeah.
Yep. Yep, it's interesting.
Jesus also had been baptized
Mm.
in Luke.
Yep.
Mm.
Matthew's got dialogue.
Yeah, Matthew, you can see, I mean, just from this visual bit here,
Except in the bottom.
that Matthew has added in this interesting conversation between John the Baptist and Jesus. Now, given that this is found only in Matthew's gospel, what source do we think that we would put that there? Sorry?
Quell.
What did you need?
Quell, but it's not in Luke. So, yeah, it's unique to Matthew, so we would designate that M. Remember? So material that's unique to Matthew is M. Material that's unique to Luke is L. And material that's shared between Matthew and Luke, but not found in Mark, is Q.
Yeah.
So this dialogue is really interesting because it has Jesus coming to be baptized by John the Baptist, as we find in the other Gospels. But John actually is reluctant to start with. John says, it says John would have prevented him from being baptized, saying, I actually need to baptize you. Why? And do you come to me? And then Jesus answers and like gives him consent to baptize him. It's a kind of bizarre conversation. But what it suggests, or what scholars have suggested, is that it shows that Matthew had a bit of a problem with Mark's story, or Mark's version of the story, because it suggests that, and kind of within first century understandings of baptism and what that might have meant, was that John was actually the superior spiritual figure, right? So John is this popular leader in the wilderness. We know from other sources that John and the John the Baptist movement was a popular movement, probably like more prominent than the early Jesus movement at the time. Mark just has this kind of baptism, and that's fine. It's the thing about, I think it's the next bit. There's something about stooping down to untie his sandals or something. Can't see it there. Anyway. So scholars suggest that actually Matthew was a bit embarrassed, but he's still, the author of Matthew still considered this to be, an important or genuine or whatever tradition that needed to be kept in the story. So he had to kind of explain it. He had to make it okay. And he does that by inserting this bit of dialogue where Jesus gives consent for the person of supposedly, within the perspective of the Gospels, the inferior person to baptize the superior one, right? John actually solves this problem in another way. He doesn't actually have Jesus. He doesn't actually have Jesus be baptized by John. So it talks about John. If you go into that text and look at it, it talks about John testifying to the light and da 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 da. But the baptism itself, the individual baptism of Jesus, is never actually narrated. So he kind of solves the problem in a different way. Now, scholars will often point to things like this and say, sometimes with like problematic texts where Matthew or Luke saw what Hugh or Mark had and had a bit of an issue with it, they'll just get rid of it. And we're going to see that in the next example. They'll just get rid of it. But what's really interesting is when they keep it and then they kind of explain, like, you know, they're trying to kind of cover over the issue that they had with it. Scholars would say that that points in the direction of its historicity. By that, I mean, not that the conversation was historical, but that Jesus really was baptized by John the Baptist, right? Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist, and some early Christians, such as the author of Matthew, found it a bit embarrassing that it kind of suggests that Jesus might have been the inferior religious figure to the person he was baptized by. So Matthew keeps the tradition, but he kind of makes it okay again, you know, in this interesting bit of dialogue. So that's one difference. What were some of the other things? And I mean, I think that's the major difference that I wanted to pick on here. There are a couple of other minor changes.
In the Luke one, there's a big timeline difference in that Mark and Matthew say he was baptized and then immediately the heavens opened, whereas in the Luke one, he was baptized and then after some period of praying that happened.
Yep. So we could say that that is a particular theme that or idea that Luke is trying to emphasize. There's a lot of praying in Luke and Acts. Remember, Acts is the second volume to Luke. So if you know, for example, the story of like Pentecost, when they're all gathered after the resurrection of Jesus, and all the disciples are kind of gathered in this upper room and they're praying, and then they start speaking in tongues. And, you know, like this is a theme that comes up a lot, that spiritual moments or significant kind of moments of divine intervention come through praying. So that's an interesting, oops. Good, it's an interesting find. Another one, where is it? It's making me, let me draw on it. Lost my ability to draw on it. Oh. There we go. Okay, it's got praying, and another thing that Luke often emphasizes is the Holy Spirit. It's not just a spirit, it's the Holy Spirit. And interestingly as well, you know, like that imagery that you see around the place of the Holy Spirit as like symbolized by a dove. Well, we get this image in Mark, and Matthew carries it on, like a dove, but like the Holy Spirit descends upon him in bodily form as a dove. He kind of takes this thing that's been used as a metaphor and then actually turns it into, like, no, really, it was like this dove in bodily form that entered him, right? So so these are more on a kind of micro level, but they reveal interesting things about the perspective, the theology, the understanding of the various authors and how they might from each other. They want to emphasize certain ideas or themes. And we would, you know, if we were doing an analysis of the wider gospel, we would look at, oh, you know, yeah, we do see Luke often talking about the Holy Spirit as being there at these important moments in Jesus's life or the life of the early church, in a way that we don't see that being taken up in Matthew or Mark, right? Not as much. Any other? There's one other one I think is interesting.
I don't know if I read too far down, but it was he was still speaking when a bright cloud overshadowed. So it's instead of it just being a cloud.
What gospel are we in?
That's right. I don't think it's even on
And find the bed.
Oh yeah.
Oh, down the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I
I
see.
So Matthew, I mean, he was still speaking.
A bright cloud. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah.
You know, so it's the imagery of this It's
just enhancing the,
overshadowing.
just improving the text a bit
It's
and
changed
kind of,
the
yeah,
context of it overshadowing or being bright.
yeah. One interesting thing that happens just before there, and maybe related to this, these differences in storytelling is, again, this is the problem with this translation, is that it's the older, you know, rather it's thou art my beloved son, you see in Mark and Luke, which means you are, like the more modern translations of English would say you are this. So it's the second person, effectively like the divine or God or whatever from the heavens speaking to Jesus. And then Matthew, interestingly, changes it to this public declaration. This is my beloved son with whom I'm well pleased. So sometimes these subtle differences may be quite innocuous. Other times they can reveal significant things about that gospel's theology, its understanding of the story that it wants to tell. So if we look at the next one.
Can I ask a random question? That one.
Hey,
You know how Matthew says, then he consented?
yep.
Is that kind of where some of the Christian things who believe you have to be baptized as an adult come from because of the giving of consent? Or
Yeah, I mean, they can point to texts like that. I don't know if they do, but they could. Yeah, that's. I don't think that idea comes from the Bible alone, though. It goes much like into complicated areas within the theological tradition and so on.
Plus, we like consent.
We do these days.
You said that Mark wrote, he wrote this first, yeah?
That's
Because of
the
the
scholarly.
So why in the Bible is it Matthew, Mark, Luke and John?
Good
not
question.
Mark, Matthew.
Because they're not put in chronological order. In fact, yeah, that's just a traditional order that is kind of random. I think Matthew, for most of church history, was the favorite gospel of the church. Another question is, why is Luke and Acts not put together in canonical order, given that they were written by the same author? Kind of gets interrupted by John.
Yeah.
There's no historical reason, like there's no kind of scholarly reason or dating reason why they're put in that order. That just seems to be the way in which they were circulated early on as the kind of fourfold gospel. Interestingly as well, with the letters are not in chronological order either. And for example, the letters of Paul are grouped together, but rather than being put from earliest to latest, they're put from longest to shortest. So there is a logic to the order that they're put in, but the letters of Paul starts with Romans, it's the longest, and then you kind of end with like a one-page letter, 13 letters down. So it's, yeah, there's, sometimes there are reasons and sometimes they're not, and they're not, the canon was not put together by biblical scholars, right? Biblical scholars came later and then devised these sorts of arguments from around the 19th, 20th centuries. Okay, so we're looking at the plucking grain on the Sabbath story now, and just trying to get my annotation tools again. Okay, so what were some of the differences that you saw here?
Matthew says the disciples were hungry.
Yeah.
Mark doesn't say that they ate anything, but Matthew and Luke say they ate. Okay, so it's quote.
Yep, I'm just trying to check where we. Oh, I see, right at the beginning. Yep. Yeah, so Matthew seems to add that in.
It still might have happened, but he just didn't write it.
Well, he's
You know, like you're going to.
fleshing out some aspects. Yep. Yeah.
The big difference was Matthew 5 to stand. Once again, it's got he extrapolates from that.
Yeah. And so this is something that we often find Matthew doing, is that he'll add additional detail or what have you. And this is where, for example, if you weren't working with the Q hypothesis, if you were saying that Luke used Matthew as a source, which some scholars do argue, you would have to explain why does Luke not include that bit from Matthew and just goes from the Mark source. So this is one of the problems that gets introduced if you don't have the Q explanation.
Getting more of a telling off in Matthew than you are in Luke.
But also the tone of who's being told off, like why are you doing that versus why are they?
Yeah.
Luke's like, oh,
Yeah. Now that Matthew's a long drawn out telling off,
Yep.
whereas Luke's disappointed in you. It's a bit of a difference.
Did anyone see this bit that I'm just going to highlight here?
Yes.
When Abiathar was high priest,
Yeah.
and then note how Matthew removes it. And Luke does as well, which is quite interesting. Now, why do we think Matthew and Luke, assuming that they were working independently, why they both removed this reference to when Abiathar was high priest? So remember, they're still keeping this idea that, you know, have you never read what David did? David is this hero from the Old Testament, king of Israel, who had many heroic stories around. So this is a story that they would be familiar with. And Mark has, you know, have you never read this, what David did when he was in need and he was hungry, he and those were with him, how he entered the house of God when Abiathar was high priest. And then Matthew and Luke both keep the story of David doing this thing. That seems to be a good precedent for why you can pluck grain on the Sabbath, right? That seems to be the excuse. But they both omit this bit about when Abiathar was high priest. Why might they do that?
Abiathar became disgraced before they wrote about it.
Possibly. Actually, no, but good guess. It's because Abiathar was not the high priest when this happened. So, and we can confirm this by opening our Old Testament. And if we go to 1 Samuel chapter 21. So if you're not too familiar with the Old Testament, actually, I'll just tell you the page number. Because we're all working on, or at least those of us here in the class are working on the same Bible. 1 Samuel chapter 21. So that is page 266. If you're on Zoom or online, you can also type that passage into Google and it should come up. 1 Samuel chapter 21, verses 1 to 6. So this is the story that they're referring to. And note that the priest is not Abiathar, it's Ahimelech, who is actually the father, if we keep reading, he's actually the father of Abiathar. So Abiathar comes in later on in a different story. He wasn't the high priest at this time. So basically the reason why Matthew and Luke omitted that is because Mark got it wrong. Mark made a mistake. They had superior knowledge of the Hebrew scriptures. And so they could have fixed it. They could have changed the name to Abiathar. That would have been another way of dealing with it. No, it's not important. It was just not a detail worth drawing too much attention to. And so we often find Matthew and Luke, who it appears were more literate than Mark. They wrote in kind of more sophisticated Greek. They were probably slightly more educated. Matthew certainly, sometimes you hear Matthew referred to as like the Jewish gospel or something like that. Matthew had, really good knowledge of the Jewish scriptures and would have immediately kind of picked up on details like this. When you hear a story and some of the details are not quite right and you're very familiar with the events of that or something like that, I think that's exactly what's happened here. Matthew's reading it and it's like, oh no, that's not right. Omits it. Now you see how it's only by doing this like insanely close nitpicking of the text that you would ever see this kind of thing. If you read the text from beginning to end, you don't get this. But what can we deduce from that? Well, we can infer that, as I say, Matthew and Luke had better knowledge, had better kind of working knowledge of the Hebrew scriptures than Mark did. And so that's just an example there of that kind of thing in action. I think the other thing that comes through in this passage as well strongly is just this ending bit. So Mark has, and he said to them, the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. So the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath. It's kind of a contradiction because Jesus is not, like Jesus not man is Lord, if you read that in Mark's version. And I think that what we see there is Matthew and Luke kind of just ironing it out. It's not quite clear. It's not that it's a contradiction or anything, but it's just sort of not, in Mark's text, it's sort of unclear, like, what does that even mean? And then Matthew and Luke in their own way just irons it out a bit, like just kind of cleans it up. Puts it in a nice little epithet, So Matthew has, for the Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath. Boom, done. Nice, clean. And again, if we were to look at like the wider Gospels, look at Matthew more extensively, we often see Matthew in particular like kind of cleaning up Mark or rearranging stories into a more logical order, or inserting material like he does here, like, just to give a bit more explanation or a bit more context to a particular story or tradition.
Mm.
And so I think in a real sense, Matthew, the personality of Matthew is someone who really like saw themselves as improving on this like rudimentary gospel that he was working with in his view, right? Like, it's like Mark is kind of in rough Greek, it's unfinished, it's got some details that don't quite work and whatever, and Matthew's coming along and like really polishing it up and like sprucing it up and expanding here and there, and that's very interesting. Any other comments or questions about this whole exercise of what we've been doing, which is redaction criticism?
Kind of interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Okay, I'm going to close this. Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just a few more slides for this part. I already talked a little bit about this in terms of, so when we're looking at Gospels and thinking about it in terms of the genre of Gospels, what is a Gospel? And I mentioned in the previous session that scholars often describe them as a kind of Greco-Roman biography. So there's a lot of similar literature proclaiming great men, as I said, usually men from the past, detailing their exploits and teachings and wisdom and miracles and so on and so forth. So another kind of interesting analysis that scholars might do is to compare the Gospels to other Greek literature. How do the Gospels look when you compare them alongside, say, this story of the 12 Caesars, when it's talking about Caesar proclaiming the good news for the coming kingdom of Rome, or that sort of stuff, right? And then putting it within its context. I think a bit of that helps us to assess this question of kind of the fact from fiction question, which is in part, comes into the scholarly domain as well, in terms of what was the kind of historical basis behind these texts, because quite clearly, as we've already seen, they're not simply like face value factual redepictions of the events as they happened. We can see kind of some conflicting details between them. That conversation between John the Baptist and Jesus really happened like that. Like, it seems that in some cases the Gospels had maybe literary reasons for embellishing a story or what have you, so scholars will make those sorts of determinations carefully. And often they want to privilege earlier sources over later ones. And so often the Gospel of Mark will be seen as kind of more, closer to the time of the historical Jesus, the Jesus who walked, talked, and lived in first century Palestine. And equally, the ancients, generally speaking, had no clear-cut distinction between fact and fiction that we work with today. So we understand this difference. Again, it often comes down to genre. So like, when we're reading a newspaper report, we're going to read it differently from a fictional novel or something like that. And the Gospels themselves, as ancient biographies, were both kind of trying to tell something that they believed happened, but also in highly stylized ways according to the literary conventions of how those stories were often told. So again, this becomes kind of painstaking work. Now, this is where I'm going to throw in, because I was trying to find a moment to do a little bit of self-promotion, shameless self-promotion. So I've just had a book come out.
Are you signing them?
I am selling them and signing them, and I even have a square thing to take EFTPOS payments, or 4 easy payments of Afterpay or whatever. It's $25. So I've co-authored this with a scholar from the UK called James Crossley. It's Jesus, a Life in Class Conflict. It's focused on the historical Jesus. And what I mean by the historical Jesus is, what are the earliest traditions and stories and ideas about like Jesus and the early movement that what we can kind of get back to from within the Gospels and so on. And also, what was some of the stuff I've been talking about in terms of historical context, that what was going on at the time, what was some of the broader social and like economic and political forces, and how were they kind of coming together to generate religious ideas, like the ideas that the early Jesus movement had. So anyway, I have as many copies as I need to sell. So if you are interested, you can talk to me at lunch about that.
Extra marks, we quote it.
Yeah.
It could be a very useful resource for the. Yeah, I'm probably going to get in trouble for spruiking my own merchandise, aren't I? But
Well, we won't say anything if you just put the marks up.
Sure. I don't. Are these assessments even? I think it's just pass fail, isn't it?
I don't know, just pass it on Google.
Yeah. Okay, and then the final point to make about the Gospels, that like they're proclamations. Fundamentally, they are proclaiming good news. Like the Gospel of Mark, as we saw, begins with, and this is where the title of these types of books comes from. It's because Mark, the earlier, starts with the gospel or the good news according to, the good news of Mark. The good news of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. Initially, the word within the Christian movement, the good news, as Jesus proclaims it, refers to this coming kingdom of God, which is going to do away with the kingdoms of this world and replace it with a kind of theocracy led on behalf of Jesus as Lord, on behalf of the God of Israel, right? This coming kingdom, that's the proclamation. And then after Jesus' death and resurrection, the gospel becomes about Jesus. So Paul is talking about the gospel, and the letters talk about the gospel as the good news about Jesus's coming and his life and his death and his resurrection, bring back to life. And then we have a third meaning of the gospels, which is when they get attached to these literary compositions as gospels. Gospel of Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. So that word itself, gospel, kind of can mean at least three different things depending on where you're putting it in the history of earliest Christianity. Any questions or comments at this point? And just turning to Mark, this is one that I'm going to kind of go really quickly over. I did mention this earlier as well, that most scholars would view the gospel as anonymous. The earliest manuscripts we have don't have the gospel according to Mark at the top of it. But from about the 3rd, 4th century, that inscription does start to get added. And we do get these emergence of traditions of, oh, Mark was actually this guy called John Mark, who was a companion of the Apostle Peter, who took Peter's testimony and wrote it into this gospel. Most scholars would reject this tradition, although within scholarship you always find people arguing both sides of the coin, right? So you still do encounter arguments that are in favor of John Mark being the author of this text and so on. But interestingly, once we start doing that work of like redaction criticism and so on, so we've already seen how Matthew and Luke were drawing on Mark. Well, it appears that Mark, the author of Mark themselves, was also drawing on a number of different sources and doing a similar thing. We just don't have them. But they seem to be pulling together different sources. So some scholars suggest that the what's called the Passion narrative, which is the narrative about Jesus's arrest, trial, and crucifixion, that story or narrative possibly circulated separately initially, and then Mark took that and took some other of Jesus's teachings and traditions from elsewhere and then compiled them into the Gospel of Mark. And again, they have like sophisticated, complicated arguments as to why they think that. It's not as easy to show when you don't have the sources. Whereas, the examples that I've given you in this session, you can quite clearly see that editing going on, because you can put Matthew and Luke and Mark next to each other, and you can really see this process. Again, just, re-emphasizing Mark as this counter-narrative. In a sense, Mark puts Jesus promotes Jesus as the rightful ruler on earth, the person who God is going to install in this coming kingdom of God, which has implications for the current rulers of this world. They're going to be swept aside. So it does this in a couple of ways. The first is by using Christological language. Christology, actually, within theology refers to theological kind of discussions about Jesus. It often focuses on the titles that are attributed to him. So within the discipline of theology, you have discussions about, well, we affirm that Jesus is both fully human and fully divine. So what does that mean? How does that play out? How does that work together? How can someone be both fully human and fully divine? In the context of the New Testament, when we're talking about Christological language, we're really talking about the titles that have been applied to him: Savior, Messiah, Christ, Son of God, and what they meant within that historical context. So some of the stuff we were doing in that first session. Kingdom of God, mentioned this. So again, it's this, within Mark, it's a religious and a political concept. And we see this come through in the synoptics, especially in Matthew. We saw this when we were looking at the Lord's Prayer. And remember how Matthew added that, your kingdom come to earth as it is in heaven. Like this is a kingdom for this world. John makes it a kingdom not of this world. John explicitly says your kingdom is not of this world. It becomes this kind of heavenly domain that is going to happen elsewhere, not physically in the here and now. So again, between the Gospels, we see very different understandings of the same theological concepts. But I think in Mark, and I think this is also true in, say, Matthew, the kingdom of God is, to put it really simply, is what the world will or would be like if the Jewish God, the God of Israel, is Lord, and the lords, the emperors, the political entities of this world were not. And so that vision involves, it draws on the Jewish tradition in terms of its understandings of like social justice, a society where the least are cared for, and so on and so forth. I mean, there is quite an extended like social vision of what this world would be like. And for Mark, and Matthew and Luke, and I'm going to talk about this a bit more in the next session, when I look at Paul's letters, because Paul also shared this view. Jesus might have been raised by God, but Jesus is also coming back. God is going to send Jesus back, what's known as the second coming, to rightfully claim his throne over the world and actually rule and inaugurate this kingdom. And this is going to happen like soon or imminently. And this is the perspective that Mark has, that this kingdom is going to be like fully realized very quickly. So watch out. Now, the bit you've all been waiting for, which is the surprise ending. So if you open your Bible to Mark chapter 16, I'll give you the page number in a second. Yeah, so 54. Just have a read of chapter 16 and just let me know if you notice anything odd about this chapter.
Page 50?
Sorry, yeah, page 54. So chapter 16, have a read through to chapter 16 from verses 1 to 20.
This is shorter and longer.
Yep. That's it. Mark has multiple endings. Mark has multiple endings. You'll see in the New Testament that I've given you, and different translations do different things with this, is that it has, it goes to verse 8, and in verse 8, it has the woman at the tomb who discover this empty tomb, and then they're afraid, and for terror and amazement had seized them, and they said nothing to anyone, for they were afraid. There we go, and then it finishes. Then we have what the shorter ending of Mark. And interestingly, you'll see it's in kind of double brackets in this version that I've given you. And then we've got the longer ending of Mark. And these endings recount the actual like resurrection appearances that we find in some of the other Gospels, and also the ascension of Jesus in the longer ending. Well, this is where I think that this is the text that I was referring to when I said I was in the chapel here last week, and it was actually this text that was read out to verse 20, a text which I think beyond verse 8 was not part of the original New Testament. And this is because, and if you have a look just at verse 8, and there's a little footnote there, a little S on this Bible, and then you can look down to the right-hand corner, you can see this thing, and it says, some of the most ancient authorities here means manuscripts. So the most ancient manuscripts bring the book to a close at the end of verse 8. One authority, and this authority is from later centuries, right, concludes the book with the shorter ending. So it includes that shorter ending there, which doesn't really say much, but just kind of wraps off the story nicely. And then continues, blah, 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 blah. In most authorities, but again, like not the earliest authorities, right? Most authorities, verses 9 to 20 follow immediately after verse 8. Blah, 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 blah. Other authorities add amen. Other ancient authorities add in whole or in part, and then there's a whole other section as well that's added. So there's a real like textual instability here. That's what we call it. We do not know what the original text of Mark, the original version, said here. Remember, we only have copies of copies of copies of copies, and the earliest ones we have end at verse 8, and it's not until manuscripts over 100 and more years after those earliest manuscripts that we find some of these other endings, but then there's different endings depending on which manuscript you look at. So what this suggests is that later scribes have got this text of Mark that finishes at verse 8 and thought, well, that's not very satisfying. And maybe we go back and have a look at that verse 8. Remember the woman who discovered the empty tomb. They fled from the tomb, for terror and amazement had seized them, and they said nothing to anyone, for they were afraid. Wait, what? You can't end the story there. Of course they told people. How do they not tell any people? And where's the resurrection stories and blah, 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 blah. So some of these earlier scribes who are, hand copying their own versions of Mark, who may also, well, it seems definitely were familiar with the other Gospels, then add in their own ending to make sure it kind of ends in a nice harmonious way. It's like, oh, well, of course there were these resurrection appearances and so on, so they add these in, and then that becomes part of this tradition later on, and then, modern scholars who have engaged in this textual criticism and come up with what they think is the original text of the New Testament. Like, this is one of the major problems. Like, where does the text end? So I think the even if actually I think it's the next slide. Yeah, why does Mark end at chapter 16, verse 8? And scholars have suggested various answers as to why this might be. I think a lot of this is sort of speculation. We really don't know, but it seems that Mark is unfinished. It may have one suggestion, and this really is speculation, is that the author was arrested or got sick or died before they could finish it. I don't know. Another one that I think is probably more plausible is that the final page of their document fell off early, and this would have had to have happened like on a very early version of the text. Around the 1st century, you had the emergence of this new technology called the Codex, which was basically the precursor to a book, where you had pages of papyrus put together and then bound in kind of book form, right? Rather than having a scroll that you roll up and so on. And the early Christians were adopters of this new technology of the Codex. And it's quite plausible that because of poor binding or whatever it was, that the final page might have fallen off this manuscript, one of the earliest versions. And so, you know, the original, whatever the original ending to Mark was, it's now lost to history. We don't know what it was. Pardon?
It was all a dream.
It was all a dream.
I thought he was just waiting for the sequel. Like,
So, well, that's the thing. So if anyone, you know, if anyone ever claims like, I have found the long lost ending of Mark, the original version, you know, it's a hoax. Stuff like that always happens at Easter or Christmas, you know, it gets the headlines, we've finally discovered it, we've solved it for all time. It's like, nah, the chances of finding that are virtually slim, but it's a mystery. But again, it's really interesting because we see how, again, like the early scribes would change the text or add things to the manuscripts if they weren't happy with how it finished or what they saw, right? And they kind of felt quite free to do that. So my final point there, the shorter and longer endings show that later readers felt that the gospel was incomplete. They felt that the gospel needed some kind of resolution and so wrote in their own.
How long after are those?
Hundreds of years after the earliest manuscripts we have, they may have come from earlier, but what we have are different, what we call families of manuscripts. So some of manuscripts of Mark will contain the shorter ending, some will contain the longer ending. The earliest ones that we have don't, you know, finish at verse 8, don't have there's different versions of Mark. And what we have here is this strange kind of compilation, and then the translators have pointed that out in the footnote. So when you are looking at other places in the New Testament, you can look at the footnotes, if there are footnotes, and you can sometimes find some of these interesting insights into the kind of instability or of the text in terms of its original transmission.
So when you heard this reading a few weeks ago, so that was that person's interpretation that they wanted to read?
No,
earlier?
so in Anglican churches, often we follow the lectionary, right? So you've got like a set passage from the gospel, from an epistle or other texts from the Old Testament, and these get read out, and then usually the preacher should be preaching on those. So the lectionary had included the whole text. So the preacher was just going by what the lectionary said, but I was quite surprised at that, because it means that the lectionary, which is designed by, I don't know, some church authorities somewhere, we're including that within the text. And there's only a handful of these sorts of examples that are kind of as significant as this through the New Testament, but they are interesting. They're really interesting in terms of another one that you could look into is a very famous story that comes in the Gospel of John about the woman caught in adultery, and Jesus says that famous line, you know, if anyone here is without sin, let cast the first stone. Yeah, we've heard this one. So that story does not appear in a single manuscript before the 9th century. The 9th century, and also when it does appear, it appears in different places. In some places, in some manuscripts, it comes in the Gospel of Luke, not in John. So again, scholars have argued that that does not go, like that gets inserted late, but also, you know, it might not go back to the historical Jesus, that kind of stuff, but also that, you know, it was such an important story for a lot of people that it like becomes part of the tradition. Another explanation is that, you know, maybe it was this tradition that circulated independently, but then some scribe thought, oh, this would be a perfect place to insert it. But yeah, the idea of a kind of like stable text is is an illusion that was created by the invention of the printing press, which really did stabilize it into, when the stuff was done by hand, there was a lot more interesting changes and so on that could happen. Again, sometimes this really, this can disturb, people can sometimes find this quite disturbing. And I don't think it needs to be seen in that way, because for most of Christian history, this is just the way texts were transmitted and people were like fine with it, right? and also what you see when you look at when you study the manuscripts themselves is you can see scribes themselves going through and like correcting some of the manuscripts because they similar to kind of like what Matthew was doing with Mark, but they'll see like a story and they're like, oh, no. This is like, I know this. I know what other manuscripts say about this. This scribe has misspelled a word or inserted a word here that wasn't there or taken something out. Sometimes, when you're copying something word for word, you might like skip a couple of lines by accident. That stuff happens. And, so this is how you kind of explain some of the differences. And again, it was just a reality of hand-to-hand transmission of texts. We are at lunchtime, but I will take any quick questions if we have any. I see one that's on the chat, which I'm just reading now. So Marnie has said, I've read some discussion on this chapter. So I think you mean chapter 16. The idea that the women are the ones to relay the story adds credibility because the male writers would have been embarrassed perhaps by the fact that the story came from a woman. Yeah. But they put it in the gospel anyway, despite the fact that women were not considered trustworthy. Is this at play here too within the various endings? I don't think that's an issue that's at play within the various endings. I have encountered that argument before. And it's an interesting one, although we discuss it in here. Do you want my take on it? Any other questions or kind of quick comments before we go for lunch? Great. All right. We will reconvene at 1:30 on the dot. So I'll see you all then. And I will, to those of you online, I'm just going to mute and stop the video again. Welcome back, everyone, on Zoom. So we are getting going again. As I mentioned earlier, I'll be kind of running off at about, I don't know, 3 minutes to 3 or something like that. I think this section, I've probably got too many slides, so I won't necessarily go into all of them. I'm going to raise a couple of different things that scholars discuss when they look at the letters attributed to Paul in the New Testament. Again, this is another interesting genre, quite different from the Gospels. It gives us quite a different insight into kind of early Christian history, very different from the life of Jesus. Despite these being our earliest historical sources, they tell us next to nothing about the historical Jesus, the person who lived, walked, and breathed in first century Palestine. Rather, they're concerned with the kind of the organization and the development of these various Christ assemblies, which were springing up around the Roman Empire in the years after that initial activity in Palestine. Most of the New Testament is in letter form, and of the many letters in the New Testament, 13 of them, so 13 out of 27, are attributed to this person called Paul. So as a kind of, influential voice within the shaping of earliest Christianity, this figure, Paul, looms large. And I mentioned already that the 13 letters attributed to him are in the order of longest to shortest, beginning with Romans as most elaborate text, but certainly not the earliest text through to the shortest. And the first kind of interesting debate within scholarship is that scholars do not think that Paul actually wrote all 13 that are attributed to him. So all of these 13 letters, which I've got up on the board here, on the slide here, begin usually with in kind of customary letter format in the first century by saying, I, Paul, or Paul, an apostle of Jesus Christ, or something like that. He introduces himself and then he says to the Corinthians or to the Romans, or whatever. So we've got 13 letters that do this, and only 7 are kind of almost universally deemed to be authentic or undisputed, that they were actually written by this historical figure named Paul. There are 3 letters, namely Colossians, Ephesians, and 2 Thessalonians, on which scholars are quite evenly divided. Some scholars argue that they were written by someone else writing in Paul's name, a later follower or something like that. And 3 letters, which are collectively actually often referred to as the pastoral epistles, this is 1st and 2nd Timothy and Titus, are thought not to be written by Paul. Again, you always have exceptions within scholarship, but people trying to argue that they were authentically written by Paul or what have you, but the overwhelming majority of scholars would say that they weren't actually written by Paul, but written at a much later point in the development of the church and early Christianity. Those letters are interestingly the ones that emphasize the most the kind of a church hierarchy. They show a real level of organization within the Christian movement, to the extent that it's become this more institutionalized church with bishops and various other kind of structures. It's also, you've got in there the beginnings to talk about ideas of canon or scripture. So there's a text in 2 Corinthians that's often kind of plucked out of its context and said, and it's all scripture is inspired by God and is useful for reproof and doctrine and blah, 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 blah. This is reflecting, scholars think, a kind of later point in the development of early Christianity. At the time Paul's writing in the 50s, and the themes and ideas that we can see within the 7 authentic letters, there's a much looser organizational structure, as it were, and in fact there's a lot of tension and conflict within that. So Paul was often rivaling other leaders and kind of traveling apostles or whatever, that he's trying to fight their ideas, and we see this come through in a lot of those authentic letters. And then by the time of the pastoral epistles, it seems that Paul's version of Christianity, or Paul's kind of initial, earlier efforts had paid off. He's a respected, he's long dead by the time he's written, probably towards the end of the 1st century or early 2nd century. By that stage, there's a legacy about this figure of Paul. And so later Christians kind of consolidate their own power or whatever, are writing in his name to give their own ideas a bit of authority or what have you. And that's all I'm going to say about that. This is a really fascinating topic. And again, I could do like a whole day on like the authorship of Paul's letters and all of that stuff. Again, it's just a taster. This is a massively interesting and detailed area of New Testament studies that we don't really have the time to go into. There's one letter in the New Testament, the letter to the Hebrews, that is sometimes thought to be written by Paul. It's not. It doesn't even claim to be written by Paul. And so that's not included in these 13 letters. Even from like very early on in Christian history, when some of these early major figures within the church are talking about issues of authorship and so on, they don't say that Hebrews was written by Paul, but sometimes somehow people think that it was. So in terms of the arguments for why scholars think that some of these letters are authentic and some aren't, not only is it to do with the kind of the picture of the church and how it may have evolved and so on within that time, it's also to do with the actual like themes and ideas that are being communicated. And one of these ideas, which I'm going to come to in a couple of slides, is that Paul and the earliest Christians thought that the world was going to end like next week. And this view comes through very strongly in the authentic letters. And then as time goes on, because the world doesn't end in the way that they imagined, and at the end of this world, Jesus was going to come back, and that whole idea of this kingdom of God being, fully realized on earth, because this didn't quite happen in the way they expected, that tradition gets like reinterpreted or renegotiated. So the letters attributed to Paul, like the pastoral epistles, we call that apocalyptic, and those texts are much less apocalyptic in their outlook. They just assume that the church is a structure that's going to keep enduring and surviving generation to generation. Hence why you need, a strong organization with bishops and deacons and elders and so on, an institutional structure to pass the faith on from one generation to the next. Whereas for Paul, it's like they are living in the end times. This is going to happen actually, it's already late by the 50s, as we're going to see. They're already concerned that the end hasn't happened. And so these are the issues that Paul's dealing with in those letters predominantly, as well as very practical kind of pastoral issues in the communities. So again, just a timeline here of where we're focused on. So, we're still 20 years after this movement has begun in Palestine, and Jesus is crucified, and his early followers believe that he, proclaim that he's been resurrected. That spreads, and we're in the 50s, and we're outside of Palestine now, where there's obviously this movement and the stuff is still strongly connected with Palestine and Jerusalem and the operations that are going on there. But you've got these communities that have cropped up mostly in urban environments. That's one of the big shifts. So the earliest, the ministry of Jesus and all of that, it was predominantly associated with rural, farmers and fishermen and so on in rural Galilee in a Jewish context. And then now, 20 years later, this movement has just like rapidly expanded, and it's cropped up in or been taken to all these urban environments. It's even in Rome itself. It's in Corinth, another major city, and so on and so forth. And so these letters are often written to, when they're written to communities, they're written to the Christ assembly or meeting of the group in a particular city or area. And so letter writing becomes a really important genre, or tool, technology, I suppose, for the way in which this movement, like the various branches of this movement, could stay in contact, could build, reciprocal ideas, debate their ideas, kind of play out some of the power struggles and so on. But and build relationships over great distances. And of course, when you have these interdependent communities springing up everywhere, they can, and like no centralized power, as power based as it were, this leads to that kind of diversity of early Christianity as well, right? So remember how I said we imagine it as this kind of monolithic, like everyone was more or less on the same page. No. The New Testament itself makes it look like Paul was like putting out fires here, there, and everywhere. No one was on the same page. And it's kind of really fascinating to look into this. And just quickly on who was Paul, if you've never heard of this guy before, well, as I said, he's remembered, I think, in two major ways. The first is that he was this letter writer, so we have all these texts attributed to him in the New Testament. But also, I think, and the Book of Acts remembers him more in this way. Remember, the Book of Acts is that the sequel to Luke's Gospel, which talks about the emergence of the early church. And that book, the Book of Acts, never mentions that Paul wrote letters at all. Doesn't remember him as a letter writer. It portrays him predominantly as a like zealous missionary going around founding these various Christ assemblies. You'll note that I refer to these things as Christ assemblies because, and this is a way that scholars often do this, to avoid reading back in later historical developments into the first century. So, and church is one of these, because we hear the word church, and again, remember thinking like how I was saying, in the modern world, Christianity has become a kind of, in some ways can be, a lot of people would see religion and Christianity as this kind of private thing and you go to church as a building to worship and so on. And we've got to imagine a completely different world. So in the New Testament, you may see the word church, but this wasn't necessarily a building. It was rather, a gathering or an assembly. That word itself actually had, the word that's used is ecclesia in Greek. And that word itself had a meaning within the first century world that was not religious at all. It was actually associated with the political domain. So within major cities or urban areas, you would have an ecclesia, which was the assembly or the gathered citizens of that city who would gather to and especially in like kind of ancient Greece and stuff, like where you have this early kind of democracy kind of thing, that was their meeting, the assembly. So again, it's kind of got this weird political idea that they're grabbing from there, but also they're infusing it with these religious ideas. They didn't use, and Paul didn't use the Greek word that would have come from the Jewish tradition for a Jewish gathering, synagogue. Synagogue means to gather together, and that was a word that was used within Jewish contexts. When he referred to the Christ assemblies, he used this new word that he appropriated from Greco-Roman culture, ecclesia, which then gets translated as church. And then, 2000 years later, people read church in the English and think that it's like the church today. No, different. So anyway, that's just a bit of a segue behind why I do that. So Paul is, this legendary figure. He founds these Christ assemblies, and he himself, was very schooled in Judaism. He was highly trained and educated. We see this in terms of the letters themselves, which are very impressive kind of rhetorical constructions. They're very detailed, well written, sometimes quite poetic, engaged in lengthy argument. This was a very well educated and interesting person who also, knew his Judaism well as well. And one of the big challenges that he had to face was this movement now expanding beyond the confines of Judaism and bringing in non-Jewish people from non-Jewish backgrounds and who didn't have that background. So this led to a lot of misunderstandings about things that would have just been taken for granted within the Jewish world. Just to kind of narrow it down in terms of what I want to focus on. And these are sort of the two overriding questions that we ask when we look at these letters. The first question is, what is the purpose? What's the occasion or the purpose of the letter? So we're not, again, because we're applying historical criticism, we're not just reading these texts as kind of flat texts. It's like, this isn't just a sermon of Paul laying out his doctrine of morality for all time or something like that. They're very situational. They're engaged with specific issues. There's usually a reason or several reasons for why Paul is writing to a particular community. These aren't always immediately apparent to us. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. But as scholars, that is our sort of starting point. We want to know, well, what was the occasion or the situation for writing the letter? Again, this is not sometimes as easy as it looks, because we're engaging in we're using the historical imagination. We don't actually know what the situation was. We're kind of working our way backwards and reconstructing what the situation was based on the points that Paul is making. And that kind of leads us to the next point. And again, the problem or the difficulty of historical reconstruction is that we only have one side of the conversation. We only have Paul's point of view. Oftentimes, Paul is writing quite explicitly as he refers to a letter that he's received from that community to which he's responding. But we don't have that letter. So, maybe it's you're thrown into the middle of an email conversation that you suddenly CC'd into, and you don't have all the replies, and you've only got one side of it, and you don't have the full picture. But kind of as historians, we're trying to see how closely we can get back to approximating what was the situation, what was it that was this. So I think as well, to an extent, we kind of like to decenter Paul. So rather than reading the letters as if we're primarily concerned about Paul's view or Paul's voice, we see that as one part of a broader conversation that was happening among early Christians. We get some of the competing views within Paul's letters themselves, because he's arguing with these other people, or factions that have been kind of built up by other people. So that's always interesting as well. So in what follows now, I'm going to introduce you very quickly to two of Paul's authentic letters that are actually quite different. They're very different. And I think the reason why they're different is because Paul had very different relationships with these two different communities. right? So, you know, when you're composing emails or something, and it's like, if you're sending an email to someone who you pretty much get along with really well, and, you know, and say like a family member or a distant relative or something who you're on really good terms with, and you see eye to eye about things, and that tone will be reflected in terms of what you write. Even if you're addressing a particular concern or issue or what have you. And then through to the other hand, when you're engaged with people who just don't listen to you, and, you know, and you've got to kind of put it bluntly, or like, so I think that tone as well, that voice comes through in these different letters, and we see this different contrast. We're not really going to have time to obviously like read the letters in detail, but in your own time, if you wanted to go and read these and get a sense of that, then I would encourage you to do so. I think when just on that as well, when Paul is on good terms with a community, it's sometimes harder to detect the occasion or the issue to kind of work backwards, because you get a lot more of like, and I thank God for the relationship that we have, and, you know, hasn't God been great for us, and blah, 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 you know, like there's a lot of those long passages like that. And then whereas the ones where he's on kind of starker terms with them, he gets straight to the point. He's like, you know, look, the issue is this, A, B, C, blah, 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 right? So, and yeah, so we get a lot of diversity in these letters, but again, there's reasons for this. There's reasons for this. So the first, the two letters that we're going to look at, 1 Corinthians and 1 Thessalonians. 1 Corinthians, and as I say, I think perhaps the purpose of this letter is more easily discerned than the other text that we'll look at. I think 1 Corinthians and 2 Corinthians is really interesting letters, because they are concerned very much with kind of like practical morality issues and issues of theology and all this kind of stuff. And I think in part that's because Paul is actually responding to issues that have been raised directly with him from members of that assembly, as we'll see. But as I was saying, you know, like often we're kind of thrown halfway into a conversation. So we know that Paul is referring to their letter. He mentions it at some point in chapter 7. He says, now, about the matters about which you wrote, was, you know, explicitly talks about their letter. But actually, Paul also talks about an earlier letter that he sent them. So in 1 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 9, he says, in my earlier letter I wrote, and it's like, oh, wouldn't that be great to have that? So again, we only have a fragment of a much larger conversation, and we're kind of thrown into the middle of it, and we just get a glimpse of a moment in time and in the struggles of this early movement as it's developing. The relationship between Paul and Corinth is one that's marked, as I mentioned, by strife and conflict, and as we'll see, a divided church, a divided assembly. So what I'm wanting you to do, just for the next few minutes, is to turn in the Bibles that you've got to the beginning of 1 Corinthians. And just go through these four questions. I've got verse numbers there just to help you out in terms of where you should be looking. I don't want to spend like too long on this, just sort of quickly. But so we're on page 165 in this version. And just in terms of the beginning, like, you know, most letters, almost all letters, have this quite customary way of beginning, which is customary within ancient letter writing. So begins Paul, called to be an apostle of Christ. So he introduces himself. Note there he also has a co-author. So actually Paul didn't write this on his own. And then the next in verse 2, to the church of God that is in Corinth, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the equivalent of dear Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so, or dear blah, 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 blah. Interestingly, yeah, the sender puts their name first. And really where I'm wanting you to look, well, no, you can go through the questions and see where I want you to look. So I'll just give you 5 or so minutes just to do this quickly.
Thank God that I only baptized 2 of you.
But then
Yeah.
the next bit in brackets reminds you of Scott Morrison.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
there could have been more baptized. I don't know. Did they have any other ministries? I don't know.
What about that one?
Yeah, I mean, as I say, like some of these letters where he's a bit more combative, you really see this personality shine through.
Yeah.
It was, you know,
Well, you're talking this.
all right.
Think of it.
So,
Anyway.
The first question, who are the intended readers of Paul's first letter to Corinthians? Any guesses?
Anyone in Corinthian who called Jesus Christ the Lord.
Church of God in Corinth, yeah. I'm just emphasizing the point, like, yeah, this was mail addressed to someone,
Yeah.
you know. And actually that's what these questions are. It's to make you look at the text yourself. So you don't just take my word for it. You can see what I'm saying is backed up by the text. Interestingly, he does say to the church of God that is in Corinth, blah, 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 called to be saints, together with all those in every place call on the name of our Lord. Now, I think that this is a text that often gets misunderstood or maybe interpreted differently kind of in the light of Christian history, and we think, oh, this text was written to everyone everywhere. But actually, when we get a sense of what the letter's responding to, which we'll get to in a second, we'll see why he said that, why he's saying, you know, it's not just you, you're together with everyone kind of thing, right? So where has Paul got his information about the events? I've given 2 references here. I already mentioned one of them, but
Previous letter, and then Chloe's.
yeah. So in 7 verse 1, he quite literally says, now concerning the matters about which he wrote, and then he actually quotes bits from the letter and he addresses these issues one by one. Unfortunately, today we don't have time to go through all those issues. And you can see some of them are quite saucy. But interestingly, when through the rest of the letter from chapter 7 onwards, he sometimes introduces a new section with the words now concerning. So if you look, for example, at 8 verse 1, now concerning, it comes up quite a few times. I don't have all the, 12 verse 1, now concerning. So he doesn't he doesn't repeat the bit about it being from their letter, but the Greek reader knows, like he's kind of almost going topic by topic through their letter and addressing each concern that they had issue by issue, at least through that second half of the letter. So again, it's a very like situated, occasional letter responding to very specific issues that were happening within that time and place. But of course, you know, early Christians who preserved and kept this writing and distributed it found enough value in it, whether theological or otherwise, that they wanted to preserve it. They thought, you know, although this was written to a specific community, there was points of interest that meant that it would have a life beyond that and eventually come to be included in the canon of the New Testament.
Oh, letters.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Essay.
yeah. I mean, it's not unusual in that time. You'd have both shorter and That's a great comment. I'm using a children's Bible, nothing saucy here.
It's quite sort
Nothing saucy. Have to read first check. Yeah, that's interesting when some of the children's Bibles might sanitize the text a little bit. I mean, sometimes even the major English translations will do that. They'll, you know, the Greek might. Well, how do you know if something's a swear word? Like it's very contextual to a speaker of the language, and you know, so when we're reading it in translation, the translators have already interpreted it to an extent. And I think Paul gets angry in some of his letters as well. Like that, I wouldn't put it past him that he may have used the odd word of frustration, which some people have argued. Okay, and the other source of his information is an oral source, Chloe's people. So Chloe, it appears, was an influential member of the Corinthian assembly, influential enough to not need introduction, right? Like they knew the people hearing this letter. And by the way, most people would have heard in Corinth, would have heard the letter. They couldn't read or write, so someone would have read it out to the gathered assembly. I heard from Chloe's people, Oh, Chloe, you know, she's in the room with them. They know who this person is. She's got people, probably her slaves. Slavery was widespread, normal within the Roman world. Early Christians made use of slaves in their missionary efforts. There's quite a lot of evidence of that through the New Testament. The New Testament doesn't kind of problematize slavery, including in this letter as well. It's just taken as a reality of that world. And Chloe's people were probably her slaves, who have been sent as messengers, as slaves could be, of a household, to go to Paul. He was in Ephesus or somewhere else, and to take this message. And what was the message? This is the third question. What's the primary issue? What has he heard from Chloe's people?
They're divided, and some are saying they're not belong with Christ.
Yep. The assembly is divided, there's factions. So exactly what I was talking about in terms of not everyone was on the same page. Paul wanted this community to come together and to be unified, and may have in the longer run had some success at that. But at this point in history, when he's writing, it seems that, so Paul, and a bit of background, Paul founded this assembly in Corinth, and then after he left, other roaming missionaries, Christian missionaries, whatever, went into Corinth and started teaching slightly different doctrine or whatever, right? And this leads to all sorts of factionalism and what have you. And so this is what he means when he's talking about these different gospels that are kind of existing. And then interestingly, he says that he kind of even decenters himself when he says, and that's part of that broader context of him saying, I thank God I only baptized two of you. if it was only two, I can't remember if there are any others, whatever. But
we get a whole household as well.
Yeah, and the other household, yeah, come to think of it. But his point is that, you know, they weren't baptized in the name of Paul, just as they weren't baptized in the name of Apollos or some of these other leaders. They were baptized into the body of Christ. Fourth question, what are the different factions? Well, you know, you can see them, he kind of spells them out there. And so that's the introduction to his letter, and then he goes through these quite practical issues that were dividing the community. So, you know, there's issues of like adultery and other kind of interesting ethical questions, and where people within the community were took different perspectives, and Paul gives his perspective. And there's a 2 Corinthians, by the way, which suggests that they didn't necessarily take on board what he said. Like this was a conversation that kept happening beyond this letter. It wasn't just that Paul said it and they all came to agree. This communication was going back and forth, and it developed further beyond what was written here. In terms of gender, one of the interesting topics that gets discussed in this letter is a woman leading worship in church and within the assembly, and the issue of head coverings and so on. And this again is an issue that kind of will come up at other points in the New Testament, and Paul has a particular point of view which we know for a fact not everybody agreed with, because this issue, as Paul saw it, persisted. And you know, we have non-canonical texts which were still hugely popular, so it's not that they were like forbidden literature or anything like that. They just didn't make it into the canon eventually. There's a really interesting one called the Acts of Paul and Thecla. And Thecla is this an early traveling companion of Paul, who and who's a miracle performer, and she's a woman who, you know, and like that was one of the most favored texts in early Christian circles into the 2nd and 3rd centuries. So these ideas and you know, kind of socially how the movement would organize itself in relation to patriarchy or broader social conventions within the Roman world, this was all up for debate. One of the reasons we're going to see this is because of this idea of living in the end times. What does that actually mean? When the world's like being thrown up, you know, and there's all this upheaval, this is when all sorts of like social experimentation can happen, different understandings of gender can emerge, and that's some of the issues that we see being grappled with through some of these texts. I'm going to skip the next slide. But, you know, to put that point really simply in the previous slide, Paul's answer, this kind of theological basis of how the community will be brought together or unified, is through their faith or allegiance to Christ, and that they are actually to understand themselves as the body of Christ. Remember, this is a metaphor for, or becomes a metaphor for the church, and this is one of the sources where this idea comes from. A body made up of very different people coming together and like being unified in this story, this gospel, the good news of the man being crucified and then raised back to life. And so a key part of Paul's argument, theological argument, towards Christian unity is actually grounded in resurrection. And so we have this chapter in chapter 15 of 1 Corinthians, which is a really important chapter because it's the earliest extended account. I mean, it's the only early extended account we have of the resurrection. I mean, among other things, what it actually shows, without looking at the details going into in depth, is that there were other people within the community who held differing views on the resurrection. So for the historian, what it shows is that, again, there wasn't just this like what we take now to be a kind of fundamental doctrine of Christian faith. Even that was like up for grabs. And these letters reveal some of that. Of course, Paul's view kind of eventually wins out, right? But Paul is vehemently engaged with other people who were within the community who had come not necessarily from a Jewish background. So they were understanding these ideas about resurrection, which most assuredly come from a Jewish worldview, a Jewish apocalyptic worldview, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. They would understand it in terms of, you know, Greco-Roman understandings of life after death or what have you, which were different or what have you. One of the interesting points that Paul makes here is that resurrection, and this is drawing on his broader Jewish apocalyptic framework, it wasn't just an individual event for Jesus. It wasn't just that one person was going to be raised back to life. In this chapter, Paul talks about the resurrection of Jesus as the first fruits. In fact, within early Judaism, those early Jewish groups who believed in resurrection, this idea of resurrection, saw it as this corporate general event where all the saints at the end times would be raised back to life by God. And so this itself is something that Paul is talking about as something that's going to be, again, like kind of further unifying the community. Any questions or comments, by the way, before I go a bit further? I see there's some in the chat. Oh, just someone leaving early. Thank you. Okay. Any questions or comments at this point? Before I whiz to the next letter and then come back to this idea of a Jewish apocalyptic worldview.
How verbatim is the language translated? I'm just thinking is that even though this was written so many years ago, I really understand what he's. I can hear him getting frustrated.
Yeah, there are two main ways of translating. It's a good question. It's a bit of a divergence, but I think it's a really good question. It's great. There are two main ways of translating. There's the kind of one way, which is a more literal kind of word for word, which is what this translation, the New Revised Standard Version, tends to go for. The other way the other kind of way of translating is kind of theme, but like idea for idea, where you kind of paraphrase each idea, and each way has its benefits and doubts, pros and cons, benefits, no, pros and cons. The word for word, it can often come across as very literal and difficult to read, but then equally the concept for concept the translator has way more control over how the text is being interpreted. I mean, with my students, most of my students, if they were doing a degree in New Testament, they would be or should be learning the primary language. I would do my work in Greek. You can't trust even reliable translations. A translation is already an interpretation of the text. Anyone who knows multiple languages knows this, that you cannot perfectly translate any idea, like the language itself already interprets something in a particular way. Translation, again, like this is another huge area of discussion within my field. Yeah.
Thank you.
So the other text that I mentioned was Paul's first letter to the Thessalonians. So this is going to be on page, where are we? Thank you. Yep, page 203 in this Bible. So why I want to look at this text is, as I said, it's quite a contrast to the other one, to 1 Corinthians, but also it's really interesting because it's our oldest preserved Christian writing in the New Testament from about 50 CE. So it really gives us an eye into the kind of the earliest witness to this movement as it's expanding into urban centres. As I mentioned, Paul seems to have a much friendlier disposition towards this community than he does the Corinthians or some of the others that he writes to. And actually, you can kind of see this just by comparing the two letters. So sorry, if you kind of put one finger at 1 Thessalonians and then, I don't know, flip back to the beginning of 1 Corinthians, and I'll just point out a couple of quick observations to start with. In 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 1, he's Paul called to be an apostle of Christ Jesus by the will of God. In 1 Thessalonians, he doesn't have that kind of appeal to his authority. you know, if you sign off a formal letter or something, and you might be like, you know, you put your fancy sounding position title and everything else that goes with it, just to kind of like say, yeah, this is who I am, so you better listen to me, right? Like, he doesn't do that in this other letter. So that's the first kind of clue. And again, this is like, you know, just looking at the minute details and how they can convey so much. But secondly, in 1 Thessalonians, we've got this a thanksgiving. This is, I think, from around verse 2, where Paul, this is where he kind of lavishes them with praise of like, thank God for this, and and gives them a like note of encouragement. 1 Corinthians has this too. It's verse 4, yeah. It's quite a common thing that we find across letters. There's another letter that Paul writes. This letter is known as Paul's angry letter. It's the letter to the Galatians. You'll find it after 2 Corinthians. So this is page 187. And interestingly, here, I think we see what I'm talking about at its most crystallized form. Paul, an apostle, sent neither by human commission nor from human authorities, but through Jesus Christ and God the Father. You know, like he's really laying it on thick in terms of the authority behind his own. And then there's to the churches of Galatia, and then there's not even a thanksgiving. He just doesn't have this kind of quite customary thing within the letter. And then from verse 6, I am astonished that you are so quickly deserted. You know, so again, like comparing these letters and how Paul either adheres to or departs from some of these stylistic conventions of genre of letter writing can reveal a lot about what's going on. So back to 1 Thessalonians. What is the purpose of this letter? The purpose or occasion appears at least twice within the letter. And if you do spend some time reading this one through, it's really hard to decipher, unlike 1 Corinthians. So this is sort of the point that I was trying to emphasize. But it does appear twice, and the issue itself is actually really interesting. So at the end of this kind of long prayerful introduction, which lasts for several chapters, at chapter 3, verse 13. And then again, at the close of the letter, chapter 5, verse 23, we seem to get at the topic of concern, the issue that is distressing some of these, the assembly within Thessalonica. Does anybody know what that issue is by looking at those two texts? Or anyone want to take a guess?
Last one. Impurity.
I'm wondering if that's the right. 523. Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
No, kind of. So he's talking about, if we look at chapter 5, verse 23, may the God of peace himself sanctify you entirely, and may your spirit and soul and body be kept sound and blameless at the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. And if we look at chapter 3, verse 13, and may he so strengthen your hearts in holiness that you may be blameless before our God the Father at the coming of our Lord Jesus with all his saints. Okay, what is this? What's this? Well, this is the second coming. This is what's known as, in Greek, the parousia. And this is this idea that although Jesus has been resurrected, he's actually going to come back very soon for Paul. In fact, it's already late, as we'll see. And so the issue seems to be anxieties over the second coming of Jesus. The issue, when you kind of read the broader context here, is that Jesus hasn't come back yet. And in fact, there are some people within the community who have died, and the Thessalonians are concerned about what's going to happen to them. Like, are they going to be saved at the end time, or is it too late for them? Or, so they really thought that the stuff was going to happen within their lifetimes, and the year 50 is already late. Jesus should have returned by now. Let me put up a crazy diagram to lay out this this worldview, a worldview known as Jewish apocalyptic eschatology, which was held by some Jews, not by all Jews, within the first century. And we know that this was a popular view in that age because we have a host of apocalyptic texts. I mentioned this before earlier today. The book of Revelation most assuredly fits this genre, but we have all these other Jewish and early Christian texts which are mightily apocalyptic, and eschatology is a technical term which means the end times, the study of the end times. Actually, eschatology, eschatos means the end in Greek, what would happen at the end. So eschatology is this kind of branch of theology which talks about the end times. Jewish apocalyptic was this worldview shared by many Jews, which was very kind of like binaristic, dualistic, and it divided the world up between good and evil, and between this age, the age that we're currently living in, which is dominated by sin and evil and powers that are opposed to God, like the Romans and so on. God is allowing the Romans to, within this worldview, to have control over the Israel and the nations for now. However, at a point in time, often referred to as the day of the Lord, God will dramatically intervene in human affairs and bring about the age to come. And in this age to come, God's reign or kingdom will be established on earth, and justice and righteousness will reign, and Israel will be returned to a place of ongoing predominance among the nations. So this is a worldview that we see come across in a number of Jewish texts from the time. Interestingly, Jewish apocalyptic eschatology always went hand in hand with resistance to ruling powers. This was a way of, I think, like interpreting cosmically the political realities before them in the here and now. We are conquered by the Romans or what have you, but there is this great battle going on in the heavens, and the heavens and the earth are in some kind of tandem dance, and ultimately the Jewish God is going to intervene and smash away the gods of Rome, and Israel will be returned to this, place of favor among the nations, from which justice, righteousness, and so on will follow. Now, often wrapped up within this whole worldview were ideas about messiahs, intermediary figures who would enact this grand cosmic vision on earth, who would be able to bring about this thing. So you have all these kind of messiah figures and so on showing up and doing this in various ways. And also ideas about resurrection. People, the saints, the righteous ones who may have died, being raised back to life. Or another interpretation of this is that there's people who are already alive being raised, I think understood more in the sense of like ascension, of being like glorified and going to heaven like now. And heaven was understood within this world, not as this, not like as spirit, but literally as the heavens. Like it was, yes, it was mystical and so on and so forth, but it was actually like a physical reality as well. This was something that, you know, it's a pre-scientific kind of worldview, and then Christian theology, as it's encountered the scientific world and so on, has come to reinterpret and re-understand what that might mean. Well, Paul is working from this worldview, and he interprets the events that have happened, such as Paul's resurrection, such as Jesus's resurrection, within this framework. He kind of inserts it right in the middle here. So for Paul, and this comes through in a number of his authentic letters, the Christ assemblies, they're living in the end times, or they're living basically through the end times. The end times have already begun. The world is undergoing this radical transition where the world of Rome and its rulers, ruled by Satan and undergirded by demonic forces, is passing away, is decaying, and in its place is coming God's kingdom. And because Paul understood, as I mentioned before, Paul understood as Jewish apocalypticists, all Jewish apocalypticists would have, resurrection as this corporate event for everyone, or all the saints rather, not just a single individual being raised back to life, but kind of this was to be shared by everyone. That's why he sees this as something that's happening but hasn't fully happened yet. Only Jesus has been resurrected back to life, but he describes Jesus in 1 Corinthians 15 as the first fruits, the beginning of a bountiful harvest where all the saints will be raised back to life by God, and God's kingdom will fully be enacted at the second coming. That's what's meant by the second coming, on the day of the Lord, when Jesus will return. And so you can see this is some future event that really is going to happen. Like it should have basically already happened. The early Christians are anxious that it hasn't happened. And yeah. So on this slide, I've just got a few more details about that, the parousia, or the second coming, this is referred to here in this letter. And what this shows, I think, or what's really interesting about this is that the earliest, from a historical point of view, the earliest text, or the earliest piece of history that we have, the earliest evidence that we have for the early Christian movement, showed that they were already concerned with the fact that Jesus hadn't returned for this great big day of the Lord when the world was going to end and all this kind of stuff. And so this becomes a kind of central concern that, as I said earlier, gets redeveloped and reinterpreted through some of the later texts of the New Testament, because by the right time the final texts are being written, it's even more clear that Jesus isn't coming back anytime soon. The Gospel of John, as I mentioned earlier, talks about the kingdom not as something that's about to come in the here and now, but as actually a kingdom not of this world. So some of the earlier apocalyptic ideas get reinterpreted in ways that will give them longevity, and so on and so forth. And a point of discussion, we don't have to discuss it, it's just points to ponder. But two questions here. If 1 Thessalonians was, okay, just a precursor to this question. Most through history, particularly ancient history, most movements, like say the early Christ movement or Jesus movement or other kinds of movements that cropped up here and there, sometimes quite influential movements, we don't have very much historical evidence for. We might have a sentence in someone's history from the time, and there was this figure, John the Baptist, who was very influential. And so we do find references to John the Baptist and other sources, but not much. We don't find this abundance of evidence that we have for the early Jesus movement. And of course, one of the reasons for that is because Christianity would become a world religion, it would preserve these writings. And so for the historian, it's really helpful because we can flesh out a much more complex and interesting picture rather of that early movement. But yeah, for a lot of movements, we might only have one text. And if this was the only text that we had, what would we think early Christianity was?
Survival guide.
Well, I mean, it was this apocalyptic movement. But I think more than that, everyone more or less got along and were on the same side. There was a cohesive, community or whatever. We'd have no idea how big it was, how influential it was, any of that stuff. But also we would know next to nothing about Jesus, historical Jesus, disciple, all that stuff. We wouldn't have it. We also wouldn't have any sort of information about the resurrection. Seems that the resurrection either wasn't a big topic of concern or wasn't a major issue or point of need for clarification or anything like that for the community in Thessalonica, which is interesting. And it's only because when we then move to 1 Corinthians that we have that massive chapter 15, which kind of lays out this whole, actually a lot of this kind of stuff. This is one of the places where we get this kind of understanding of Paul's apocalyptic worldview from 1 Corinthians chapter 15. We wouldn't have that, so we wouldn't even think that if we only had 1 Thessalonians, we wouldn't even think that this movement was, that resurrection or this idea of Jesus being raised back to life played a major role in this religion. Equally, if 1 Corinthians was the only Christian text that had survived from the first century, what would it tell us Paul and the Christian community? It's this factional, people not seeing eye to eye, a lot of power struggles going on. So, the point underlying these two questions are twofold. Even though I think we have quite a lot of sources and interesting evidence, particularly within the New Testament, but also beyond the New Testament, for reconstructing earliest Christian history, that's still only a slither of the total picture. So on the one hand, we're kind of privileged. We've got all these different conflicting accounts and they're very interesting and we can look at them and reconstruct this picture. Equally, there's so much that we don't know. Like what happened between 30 and 50? There's so much that we don't know. Did the Corinthians come to see eye to eye with Paul? We know that Paul's version of Christianity wins out, that, he gets 13 letters attributed to him in the New Testament. But did the Corinthians come to see eye to eye with them or not? We don't. So there's so many questions that we don't have the answers to. Yeah. So that's the end of session 3. I can take any questions or comments about that, and then just want to move on to a more kind of general discussion for the last bit. Aren't you glad we're finishing it before 3? Right? It's a long day, right? There's a lot of.
I think it gets warmer in here as well.
It is.
Yeah, and when I get warm, I start to
Well, it's the after lunch, getting warm, and I know there's a lot of material But yeah. Okay, just before I get to summing up, I want to just talk about the assessment that you have to do for this unit. You'll get an announcement about this with all the details written out. And I'm going sort of based on what Christy did in her one, just to keep it consistent. So my understanding is she asked you to do an 800-word essay for her one. So I'll also ask you to do an 800-word essay. The question is, and you will get this sent to you, so don't worry about frantically writing it down or anything. How does situating the New Testament in its wider historical context help us to better understand it? How does situating the New Testament in its wider historical context help us to better understand it? Now, where you go with that question is up to you. You can either talk about it in a broader general sense, or you can zero in on a particular topic that we talked about today, like the letters of Paul or the Gospels or Mark 1 verse 1 in the context of Roman imperialism or something like that, right? It's sort of up to you to explore. You will need to include references. Did that word count, did that include references or not? No, so the word count doesn't include references. I'll stay consistent there. She probably didn't. I don't mind what like referencing style you use, as long as you're consistent. Don't plagiarize, unlike the Gospels. That kind of thing. Please use academic sources. So do not. You can draw on the content from the lectures. You can look at the set reading, any additional reading that you may have done or want to do to pursue. I think that the set reading that I had actually also had suggested readings at the end if you want to explore that further. And if you are actually interested in following up on a particular thing that I've talked about, I'm sorry that I didn't include like a bibliography. Maybe I need to do that for next time. But if you were interested, you can contact me and or attempt to get in contact with me. You'll be able to get in contact with me through Moodle or something, and ask, and I can give you some suggestions. Don't avoid web resources. Like the internet is awash with really low quality, just stuff to avoid. So just avoid it. There's a lot of nonsense online, particularly on the topic of religion. One exception that I'll make, and again, I'll include this in the announcement, is BibleOdyssey.org. It's a website that's maintained by professional scholars. It's got a lot of interesting short articles on there on various topics of the Bible, both Old and New Testament. So that one would be the one exception that I'll give for using any online sources. But between that and the readings, you probably should have enough, I think, to answer that question, I hope.
That's good. I just want to say sort of how I felt like the biggest difficulty for us is accessing academic resources, because we work full time, very demanding jobs. We're doing this for professional development, and it's just really hard to actually
get
access to them.
That's a good point.
Access to all
Google Scholar. I use last time.
But you can try Google Scholar, but you might be able to get access to articles and so on. So, but look, I think see how you go. I think when I do this next time, I might provide more like reading material, but I'm not going to be able to get that done in time for you guys. So
use of the reading.
Absolutely. Use the reading, use the lecture content, go to Bible Odyssey.
Right.
You can cite my book.
If you can I just ask what I found difficult with the first one was not understanding whether you collectively, the team that's running the course, is looking in the assignments for us to engage with the ideas or engage with the readings? Because to me, they're actually two, like, I mean, I know the ideas are coming from the readings, but actually that we engage and then we show that we've pulled that not out of thin air, but from something we've read or something we've engaged with in the session. Because then, like, the need to go searching for copious amounts of
Right. Yeah.
is really not the point. The point is actually what have we taken about, you know, what was the question? How does dictuate in the New Testament, that we've pulled some ideas from today and that we've made perhaps link back to something we've discussed today or in what the readings that we have been provided. So if that's the emphasis, then I'm not feeling the pressure to go and find copious things.
Yep.
Whereas if that is the
That's right.
emphasis, then I'll go and do
It's not a research essay.
Yeah.
This is why I love doing this with a room full of educators, right? Because you ask exactly the right questions. What are you looking for? You know, I'm looking that you've engaged with the material today, whether that's hopefully that's both a bit from the readings and especially the content that I've been exploring. Hopefully that comes across in the question as well. So pick up on some of the ideas that I've been talking about and show that you've engaged with that. Again, you could either focus on a couple of issues or really focus in on one. If you're focusing in on one, you might have to do a bit of extra reading. So say, like, you know, the synoptic problem or something like that, right? Does that help?
I think so. Yeah.
I don't mind about that. Yeah, you keep it academic style, and I don't care. I really do not care about what you personally believe. So this is kind of what I mean. Like, that's not the point. It may be for other, I don't know, the other lecturers can set their own expectations, but for me, it's like, have you engaged the material? Have you taken away something from today that you've learned in response to that question?
And you know when it's you?
Yeah.
Is it my,
Um,
how am I?
sorry, there's a question. I'll come to that in a sec. There's a question on the Zoom.
I wanted
It's
to.
about does Wollaston have subscriptions to scholarly search engines that you can get access to? No, we do, but not that you can get access to. Unfortunately, sorry.
I just think.
It wasn't because ECU don't want you to think.
Yeah, so I
Just
just.
want you to.
And when
Um,
was you?
want you to think.
Did Christy give you about a month? That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, we got that holiday. Trying to remove it.
So if it's today's date, it's
But also then the next one.
second of May. So if I said 2nd of June,
Yeah.
Because
Oh, next class is the 23rd of May as well.
Yeah.
But then they later.
but then you'll get another one. So because
Yeah.
2nd of June, but that doesn't stop you from submitting it earlier.
Yeah, 2nd of June. How much is your book again?
$25. Do you want to buy one?
if you find sources that you can't get, I currently have a UWA login.
I just joined up with UWA log.
Yeah.
Specifically.
I should say, you know, if you really are interested in doing some reading and finding out more about this, the Murdoch University Library, I was talking before at lunch that I used to be a faculty member at Murdoch. Murdoch closed down its theology program, and the library at Murdoch, the theology library collection is actually coming here, something like 30,000 books. It was built up over decades of the churches putting in money and stuff. It's an amazing resource. You can just go in there as a member of the community and take books off the shelf. You'd have to pay for a community membership if you wanted to borrow books, but yeah, you can go and access stuff there if you're really interested in doing that. Also, if you go, I don't know if it's the same at other universities, but it probably is. Members of the public can go in and use the computers there to search the databases and get articles in the libraries. So as long as you're physically there, you know, you don't necessarily, I know that's definitely the case at Murdoch. You don't necessarily need to be a student.
Whoever teaches uni ready at your school's got a curtain login.
But yeah, it's not as convenient as having your own, you know, being able to do it at home and log in.
It's a time thing.
It's a time thing. Yeah. And so my expectation is not that you do that. It's just an option if you want to. And also if you're really interested in this stuff, you can take a look at maybe after this year. You know, we offer like degree and other level programs that you could take even a unit. You can audit units through the University of Divinity through us, which can often be taken online as well, remotely. At the moment, through the University of Divinity, to audit a unit, I think it's only $500, which is amazing. You don't have to do any of the assessment. You'd get access to all the online resources and everything. I teach next semester, I'm teaching the New Testament in its world, which is basically this over an entire semester. So we'd go into quite a bit more detail. At the moment, I'm teaching a whole unit called Conflict in Corinth, where we're just, you know, we're taking a whole semester just to look at 2 letters, 1st and 2nd Corinthians. So if you, and we've got a range of other, you know, theological things. So if there's any, through this professional development thing you're doing, you know, if there's any kind of things that you wanted to explore further in more detail or whatever, like, you should definitely talk to us, because, you know, I don't know, maybe you could even convince your schools to pay for it if you wanted to do more. I don't know. My look, my final slide, just in terms of summing up, we've just to ask 2 questions. What's one new discovery that you've made today? You know, something that you had never thought about before. Sure, there's plenty, but maybe there's one that stands out for you. And the second question is, what is one aspect of today's material, because there has been a lot thrown at you, that still perplexes you, you're still not quite sure about, and that you will endeavour to find out more beyond today's session? Does anyone want to have a stab at either of those questions? It's good feedback for me as well, in terms of what, you know, what you enjoyed and what maybe I didn't explain so well, or
It's probably 2 things, actually. I enjoyed having Matthew, Mark and Luke next to each other to look at those. I really understood it. I didn't know that I didn't understand it, but I didn't. But that really worked out. And probably hasn't perplexed me, but I want to find out more, is I actually want to read that Corinthians.
right.
Because there was stuff in there. I thought, yeah, I could see him standing there and really telling a few people off, and there's stuff in there that I'll probably completely disagree with. But I really want to look at the historical context that it was written in.
Yeah.
Well, as in, you know,
Yeah.
oh no, that would really get him. But just about the women, because that's is yeah, and I'm not, I completely disagree with that, but why in the context of history? Anyway, that's me.
Anybody else?
I think for me, that point that you kept coming back to about the lack of separation between religion and politics in the context at the time, I just think I don't know, I just really found that fascinating, and all the sort of examples you gave around that was really helpful. I found most of today actually very interesting. I love the whole historical, that lens across all of it. As an endeavour, and I agree that synoptic problem. I love that, because you made a comment about an idea that the 4 were like a misconception that people have, that they're 4 unrelated people across time and place, and that was absolutely an idea that I had understood from, like, doing other, you know, teaching rave in whatever classes I was teaching it in. And so that was, you know, at first confronting, because it's like, you were not quite on the right track there. But then to actually have it explained so clearly, that is just really, and again, that's something I actually I feel like I want to go back in and pull a few more of them together and look at that correlation, because that's fascinating. Yeah.
For me, it was when you were talking about the Gospels, that at that time, in that context, that there was no clear distinction between fact and fiction. So I think prior to that, I was probably thinking, okay, that's the Gospel, that's the fact.
Right. Yeah, that's a really interesting one, because I think it's some people will, particularly from a particular certain religious backgrounds, will approach this, and non-religious backgrounds will approach this as a kind of zero-sum game. It's all or nothing. And whereas I think scholarship wants us to nuance that a bit and say, okay, if we were actually reading it for its genre, you know, this isn't like a scientific textbook or something like that. So we have to read it appropriate to its genre. And then that question becomes, I think that putting it in terms of fact and fiction is probably a bit crude. But
like Matthew can add extra words into his gospel to make it more palatable.
Right. Yeah. And then that question of like fact or fiction is like, that's the wrong question. Yeah. Anyone else?
I really like the reading. I think it was just because on holiday I was reading a book of Greek mythology anyway, and then seeing where the Greek mythology and the Greek gods lined up with this kind of gave me a link that I didn't previously have, because in my head Greek mythology is super old and then this happened and then so having that kind of bridge was good in my head.
Yeah.
I knew that Julius Caesar was like elevated to God status after his death, but I like the correlation between all the basically, you know, he's considered to be bringing good news. He was the son of God, like the correlation between the two
titles, mate. Yeah.
And so why, like, when they're making these claims about Jesus, it weren't unheard claims. Like,
No, they weren't just claims in a vacuum. Yeah, and I think that kind of stuff can really, really help us like flesh out what it meant to those people as well. Yeah. All right, look, thank you, everyone. I'm going to finish there. So I need to send an announcement or whatever about
You put your email on there
this.
in case.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And then maybe to buy your book.
Well, if you buy it online, it's a bit more expensive than the copies I'm selling today. So today is the way to get the discount.
Deductible though.
Great. Okay, thanks to everyone online.
Thank you.
Thanks. Going to end it now.